I work for Budgetalk Global as a program manager. And Budgetalk Global is a social enterprise that works towards advancing citizen-centered and inclusive public budgets through tech-driven and innovative solutions for improved resilience and sustainable livelihoods in communities across Kenya. But for the purposes, we have pretty all of us. We are Danida Alumni Fellow, and I, alongside 24 of our other colleagues, it is a journey that we began in 2021 with a 1-month training on accelerate. I can remember. Let me just say acceleration of SDGs in Copenhagen, and after that 1-month training, we came back, and it has been a 4-year journey of trying to implement a joint initiative. Then it was once an idea as we were going to Copenhagen, but 4 years down the line, it's not only an idea, it has been a vision that has been implemented. And today we are here to have a reflection or let me say, a conversation as we reflect on how that journey has been since 2021, when we had our small SDGs village, though it was at Hilton Hotel, and then officially 2022 we had the first SDGs village, and today we had the 4th session of the SDGs village. So that is briefly about the 23 fellows from the DFC cohort of 2021, who are collectively known as the SDGs champions. They have implemented a joint initiative by applying the skills that we learned through strengthening policy dialogue to accelerate SDGs implementation in Denmark. And since then, we have been able to have a good joint initiative, and that is the SDGs village. And the purposes of today's summit, why are we calling ourselves SDGs Champion Accelerator and Strategy Summit? We want to discuss the progress that you have been able to make. What are the challenges and what are the lessons? And most importantly, how we can expand the network of the 21 champions. SDGs work is not restricted to the 21 champions. We have so many other stakeholders who are involved in the implementation of SDGs. But for purposes of today, we are here gathered as Danida alumni, implementing the SDGs so that we can see how we can be able to collaborate together and put our action, our voices into action. So the summit, which will take place today and tomorrow, will adapt a review, reflection, and learning approach. And the specific aims that we are here gathered today is to evaluate the joint initiative, that is the SDGs Village, measurable progress. We are also going to develop a 3-year SDGs action plan. We also seek to expand the SDGs champion. We also seek to strengthen multi-sector partnerships, and also, and very importantly, to explore the fundraising opportunities to support the implementation of the action plan. So we are also gathered by our colleagues from Uganda who are joining us virtually. I believe they can be able to hear us, and in the course of time, we will be able to give them an opportunity to say hi to us. So before I proceed further, I'd like to know who is in the room. And as we get to know who is in the room, I'll be passing off. We will be passing the mic. So you'll kindly say your name, and in the decade of action, what one word or phrase comes to your mind when you think about SDGs?
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria. I work with communication at the Danish Embassy. I think a word that comes to mind today is hope.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriella, and I come from the Danish Embassy. And one word that comes to mind when I think of the SDGs is innovation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen, a DFC fellow and a member of the Youth Sounding Board of the Danish Embassy in Kenya, and a communication assistant in Election Observation Group. So one word that comes to my mind right now is equality.
A member of the Youth Sounding Board of the Royal Danish Embassy, and the Executive Director of Champions for SDGs Youth. One word that comes to my mind is partnerships.
Royal Danish Embassy, one word that comes to mind is urgency.
My name is Tabu O.W. Daniels. I have the pleasure of serving the Political Parties Liaison Committee as the Secretary General. and I am proud to have been one of the cohort 21 members. The one word that comes to my mind is networking with a net worth.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Anthony Ambugo. I'm the chair of Danida Kenya Alumni, Danke, and I also work for water and sanitation for urban populations. WhatsApp, not WhatsApp, WhatsApp. Initially, we were known as water and sanitation for the urban poor, but nobody in this planet wants to be identified as poor. So we have stopped serving the poor. We are serving the urban populations. One word that comes into my mind is collaborations.
My name is Robina Mwenesi, Danida alumni. I think I went to Denmark in 2019. One word that comes to mind about this topic today on SDG is transformation. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Nyagaya from Hatua Network. We provide opportunities to young people. And one word that comes to mind for me when I hear SDGs, it's opportunities.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sally Nduta. I work with United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK. It's my first time in this sitting. It's a former colleague who was a fellow, your colleague here. But nevertheless, I'm very happy to be here and nice to meet all of you. Looking forward to connecting with all of you. One word that comes to mind when I hear SDGs is finances. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jane Wandia Gidui, Director Budget and Economic Planning in the County Government of Mombasa, and also the SDG champion for Mombasa County. One word that comes to mind when you talk about SDGs is equality.
My name is Cynthia Wanini Dharau. I think I'm one of the youngest in this room. Yeah, I was the first female president of Egerton University since it started in 1939. Yes, and I am a psychologist. I have an organization called the Healing Souls Network that deals with counseling young people. And one thing that comes to mind in terms of SDGs is the Youth Agenda for Africa. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Another Cynthia. My name is Cynthia Mudeu. I'm a social worker, and one word that comes to mind is collaboration.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Ambani. I'm a technical assistant at Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust. One word that comes to my mind when it comes to SDG is collectiveness.
Good morning, everybody. I know it's cold, but we can do better. Good morning, everyone. Great. Ruth Bolo is my name. I am one of the SDG champions. I come from the Sisterhood Project. One word that comes to mind for me is, I feel like everything has been said, but one word that comes to for me is multi-sectorial.
Embassy Youth Sounding Board. And for the sake of this meeting, we are two Josephs. So Joseph Kimani, you'll refer to him as Joseph Senior, and grant me the favor of being called Joseph Junior. And Madam here asked if anybody has issues being posted on the socials of the Danish Embassy. I don't have any problem. So you can post me as many times as you want. So personally, as far as SDG is concerned, for me, whatever comes to mind is inclusion for every voice to be brought on board in as far as its implementation is concerned. And furthermore, I am a student pursuing international relations in USI Africa, and I also serve as head of advocacy and partnerships at Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association. Thank you.
My name is Geoffrey Kenjeku. I work for Kenya Dairy Board, and one word that comes to my mind when I talk of SDGs is transformation. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Fred Odhiambo from Kenya Dairy Board. Also work as a compliance officer. And I'm also the current treasurer for the Danida alumni group, that is the Danke. Yes, and something that comes to my mind is all about sustainability of all the things that we do. Thank you.
Good morning. Kuna tu ni my titles. My name is Rachel Mwikali. I'm also part of the Danida Youth Sounding Board, both here locally and globally. I'm a human rights defender, and also I serve at Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defenders. And I'm proud to be here, and also to know there's an alumni group in Kenya. Please involve us as the Youth Sounding Board members. We also alumni of Danida Fellowship Program. So I'm to involve my GNZ in the room. Thank you. Oh, the what? Dignity.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sufi Burmand. I am from Danida Fellowship Centre. I'm one of the capacity development advisors, and I'm really honored to be here today. My word is collective change.
Monga, and I'm a social media professional. The word that comes to my mind is action. Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Franklin, and I am smelling like leaf. I serve at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. We also convene the SDGs village within the People Dialogue Festival. The word that comes to my mind when I hear of SDGs is catalyst, because I find SDGs as the right catalyst and a powerful driver of democratic reforms, issue-based political engagement, and inclusive governance. Thank you.
And one word that comes to my mind is equality.
Thank you. And lastly?
Inclusivity. Someone had said inclusion, but I'm now putting it inclusivity.
Thank you. So quickly, if you don't have the program, kindly let me know so that I can share with you an email. We are almost done with the introduction, the first part, so we'll be having a session on opening remarks, and then now another session immediately after that, as we'll be looking at the voices of implementation, how it has been this far. And then after taking a health break, we'll have a group photo, and then we'll come back and have another session on understanding SDGs implementation at the county level. And then we'll have another presentation briefly on SDGs, climate action and business. And then after that, for after lunch, we are going to come back and have a good reflective session on the SDGs village, how it has been so far as a collaborative model. So that is going to be the program for day one. And then day two, we'll begin off with some few remarks from to understand the global perspectives on SDGs at the global level, and also understanding SDGs implementation, how it has been in the Kenyan context at the national level. And then from that, we will go into our different groups. So in these groups, we will ensure that we have a representative of either the 21 champions, the Danida Fellows, and also the YSB members, so that we can collectively answer some few questions that will guide us in developing an action plan that we intend to implement in the next 3 years. And then after that, we'll be having a few closing remarks, and then we are going to call it a day. So not that busy program, but we will do our best to ensure it is as lively and engaging as possible. And also to remind you that after 3 p.m. before we go home, we'll be recording some videos. So in case you are approached to record a video, I'll let you know in advance what you're going to speak about, but we'll likely do that either during lunch hour or towards the end of the activity. So that is it for me. And finally, I will be passing some attendance lists around. So you can also sign to give us your consent on filming and photos. If you're not comfortable, also let us know. 2 attendance lists, one for our organization and also for DFC's sake, and then another one for the hotel. Thank you very much, and I'll now hand it over to Ruth Bolo to proceed from there. Karibu Bolo.
Who is in the room and the different groups that are represented before I call my guests. So in a very quick exercise, I know we have the Youth Sounding Board, we have the team from Danke, and then we have the champions. So when I call your group, would like to just hear a shout to Jue. Which groups are represented? Okay? So I will start. Danke. Hey, wako kweli? All right? Youth Sounding Board? SDG champions? All right, all right. Great. So let's keep up the energies throughout the day. I know it's cold, but let's maintain those energies. So the first person I will introduce today is all the way from the Danida Fellowship Centre. I believe each and every one of us has had a privilege of being there and has taken quite a bit from our stay there. She is the Capacity Development Advisor. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a strong round of applause, help me in welcoming Sophie Bromand. Tumpige makofi mpaka afike.
Wow, that's quite the introduction. Thank you so much. My name is Sophie. As you have heard a few times now, I am here on behalf of all of DFC. I've been living here in Nairobi for 3 years, and it was just very lucky that I'm here for this event, and I'm really honored to be here today. To say a few words before you begin this workshop. As Isaac mentioned before, the seed for today's workshop actually was sown in 2021 when this group of inspiring young people, they arrived in Copenhagen to the DFC hostel. And you know, they were the first group to arrive at DFC post-COVID. So when they arrived, they were mandated to stay isolated in their rooms, take all these tests before they could actually explore, enjoy Copenhagen, and do what they were there in Copenhagen to do. So could we just have those, the 2021 fellows, could you stand up for us? So, yes, all right. Thank you. So I think we should give them a round of applause. And you know, so I was also there. And I think many of you have seen me, either at DFC or afterwards. During this time, I was the one in charge of these COVID regulations. So I was the one coming to your rooms, checking on you, giving you food. And it's just it's a really beautiful thing now that we're here. That we're here together again today. And you know what I find really amazing about this group is that since then, you've really just established these and maintained these connections and over the shared purpose. And I want to tell you that this group is a prime example of what DFC strives to accomplish. To enable a strong network of individuals who stay together, who work together to enact change. And I was talking to my colleague the other day, and she actually said that you guys are a pioneering group in DFC history. So you should take that with you when you encounter different obstacles. Just remember, we are looking to you. We are proud of you. You have not only done professionally things, accomplished things like the SDGs villages, you also have personally managed to stay connected to support each other. And I would say this is where the secret lies. The secret sauce is in the human connections that we make, because it's through those connections and collaborations that we see sustainable change. So I want you to clap for yourselves for that, because you have been doing that and you are doing that. And I want to just remind you not to forget to lean on your network when things get hard. If you encounter obstacles in your work, in your businesses, reach out to the people in your network, because as you heard as we went around the room, there's so many resources and brilliant minds. So please take advantage of this and make sure you sign up for the alumni network. Rachel, yes? Good. Again, I want to say that DFC we're just so proud to see how much you have accomplished in such a short period of time. I want to encourage you because we are still in the decade of action and there is still work to be done. So keep going, and I hope you spend the next 2 days feeling inspired, getting motivated to continue your work for a more just and equitable future. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Another round of applause for her. So the next person I'll introduce is a gentleman who's been very key in ensuring that the pioneer group, as Sophie has called us, has stuck together and been able to implement a couple of the items that we had indicated under the joint initiative. So allow me to welcome the Executive Director of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Mr. Franklin Mukwanja.
Thank you, Ruth, and good morning, colleagues. I am hesitant to agree with Ruth that I have been key in anything. We cannot take the credit from Josephine and Isaac, who also represent our joint initiative. And their names are also initializing JI. So that credit fully goes to them, trying to keep us together. I have only been an active participant. I come from a political background, working with CMD, but also a political animal. And I have just seen that very quick pre-summit coalition between Joseph and Ruth. You can see I'm not appearing anywhere to ambush me, to make some remarks. As I said, I'm smelling like leaf, and this is my first event. I've come straight from Shumaravandu this morning. So when I am sluggish, please understand I'm still buffing to normalize my duties. I'll say very few things relating to my keyword of when I think about SDGs. And this is also inspired from our own mission as a Center for Multi-Party Democracy. I see SDGs as a catalyst. And why? Is because for us, from a political governance point of view, we look at SDGs acting as a powerful driver of democratic reforms. If you look at all the party manifestos, look at all the political conversations, they're speaking to the socio-economic needs, from housing to no poverty, to zero hunger, to education, to inclusivity. And you all know that the senior-most public servant is a politician. The doctors and advocates and engineers and scholars like my good friend Joseph spend many days in class, but then they can only be responsive to things that politicians finally make a decision. All right? Including when the learned judges of the Supreme Court say, you know, CDF is an illegality, they can go and make law and make it legal, right? So we're very important people most of the time. All right? SDGs for us from a political governance view is also about inclusive governance. I had the privilege of being part of the task force, the latest task force, working on a formula to finally implement the one single most outstanding principle in our constitution, the two-thirds gender, the not more than two-thirds gender principle. And again, if you look at SDG 5, yeah, it speaks to that. My conclusion being in that task force is there is no legal remedy to the two-thirds gender principle other than politics. If we cannot ready our women to run as candidates and stand out and be elected, the male folk in those positions are not going to allow. I was in Embu, you know, you members of the task force, and you are Your co-chair is the PS, and the minister is there, is introducing you to His Excellency the President, and what the musings of His Excellency, it just tell you, yeah, waziri bado mnang'ang'ana na hiyo kitu. All right, tell how a mama on the ground, right? Again, it's very important in terms of inclusive governance too. Then citizen empowerment. We have had many conversations as a country on how to change. No term, 2 term, 1 term, all those things. All right? But the 2 critical things from my standpoint is an empowered and engaged citizen. The leaders we have are a reflection of our society. I mean, William Ruto didn't will himself to State House. Neither was his first deputy and his current deputy and any future deputies. We elected them. The quality of the leader is determined by the quality of the citizen. SDGs are a key actor, are a powerful actor in helping us empower the citizen to be able to look at politics, on my last point, from an issue-based political engagement. What we have done as a country, and I've been in the village for some time now, before I came back to this civilization, is that when you arrive, and we call them 1, 2, 3, 4 life, you know, 1 wives, 2 children, a 3-bedroom apartment, and some chalo be called a 4x4 that can get you to most of Kenyan roads. They call you Muhesh. All right? When they call you Muhesh, what are they expecting? That you will dispense social welfare. And therefore, the conversation then switches away from issues to transaction. Because the title Muhesh comes with the ability to drop something. All right? So that is what motivates us. That when we're looking at having our dialogues on governance reforms, on socio-economic inclusion, we must have a conversation about PDF, about SDGs. And in our dialogue space, we have mainstreamed SDGs, making sure that Kenyans have an opportunity. And I'll have an opportunity as well in the afternoon to delve deeper into that. Next week, we are headed to Meru, again, moving that conversation. We have tried, Joseph, to say, maybe at that level, people don't want to have a conversation about SDGs. They have said no. We also want to hear that SDGs, what it is about. So again, even at the very local level, there are community-based organizations, very low grassroots level actors that are increasingly interested to support this conversation. We have a conversation again at the Council of Governors Devolution Conference in August. One of our key partners is IDF in Homa Bay, because the county, the DevCon is there. And IDF have been participating in PDF. And again, working with them, seeing my younger brother here who's from the young SDGs champions, is really, really encouraging. And those are the things that we really want to have a conversation. We find that the shortcut to make issue-based politics in this country, away from personality politics, is for Kenyans to understand the SDGs and therefore be able to drive that conversation and get hold of that conversation. I'll be seeing you again in the afternoon, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Ruth, to speak this morning. Asanteni.
We would really be having some introspective moments. So thank you so much, Mr. Mukwanja. The next person I'd like to call is a gentleman we all know for being very principled, and we all know him for his values. A person who has worked with each and every group that is represented here, all the way from the Royal Danish Embassy. Help me in inviting Mr. Joseph Kimani.
Thank you, Ruth, for your very kind words. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I'm very happy to see all of you, and I'm sure we shall have some very good time together the next couple of days, getting to know each other a little bit better and interacting. I come with very warm regards from the management of the embassy, the ambassador and the leadership team. The ambassador is taking a fully deserved break, as he's been working very hard, so he's on his summer break. But we are going to receive some remarks from him. He pre-recorded his remarks, which are going to be played afterwards. I may also commend all of you for coming today. And for sure, your presence here adds tremendous meaning to the proceedings. So everybody has an important role to play. And just to emphasize one point, let us all be active in all the sessions. As you've seen, the program is quite rich, Mr. Tabu. A very, very rich program. So let us do our best to participate in that particular program. Sophie, thank you very much for DFC making this possible, because this is courtesy of a grant from DFC. I also must commend the Kenya Climate Innovation Centre, KCIC, who have also partnered up in making sure that this indeed happens. Later, we are going to have somebody from KCIC, our good friend Ogaya, who is also one of the SDG champions. So you see, when you play a role as part of a group, there are ways that you are able to bring in the resources that are at your disposal to work together. Let me also commend CMD, of course. CMD, Frank, done a very good job. We are very proud of our partnership. Indeed, the joint initiative that we have, that we are celebrating, has only been made possible because it has been housed by Center for Multi-Party Democracy, the People Dialogue Festival. So CMD plays a crucial role, and that's why it was not a mistake when Ruth said that Frank has done a very good job in terms of putting this together. So Frank, please accept that you've done an excellent job. Now, I want to commend two people that Frank has mentioned. And when we were in Denmark in 2021, Mwenda, you remember, we used to call them our last bonds, because we were the youngest in the group. Yes? And I also dare say that they were strangers when they met. And they are the best of friends. I will not go further than that. But they are the best of friends today. So, Josephine and Isaac, let us clap for these two people, because they are the ones who have really worked 25 hours a day to organize what we are experiencing today. So let's clap for them again. Thank you very much for your efforts. I must also commend Ruth here, Ruth Bolo, because there was an initial attempt to also have a similar event. And Ruth was really at the heart of it. She put in a lot of effort. So let's also clap for Ruth. So those efforts are not in vain. And this is not the last time that we're having this convening. I want us to look at this as the initial convening. So there will be other convenings, not necessarily in Nairobi, but in other places. So let's look at this as the initial convening. Chairman Ambugo, it's good to see you. You have seen you have many more troops. Rachel has reminded all of us that indeed all of us are part of the alumni network. So there is a recruitment drive that you can do today. Yes? So that, and I know when you get a chance, you'll tell us a little bit more about the association. So all of us that have been through DFC, indeed, are already part of the alumni. It's only that we had to formalize it. So Chairman, we are here, and you've seen there's a lot of enthusiasm in terms of formally joining the association. So Chairman, we are here, and we are very proud of the work that you and your team have been able to do. And we commend you for that. The Youth Sounding Board members, just wave again. Yes, that's really good. After 2021, DFC decided that they are going to be having modules on the Sustainable Development Goals. And the strategic decision that was taken was to focus on young people. So 2023, 2024, and 2025, we have been able to sponsor different groups of young people from our Youth Sounding Board to go and participate in those particular courses. So, and they have acquitted themselves well, they have done well. They have created some very good action plans, which you're going to get a chance to present to us. And I also hope that from the presentations that you shall also hear, there are areas that of synergy that you can be able to be able to align yourselves with. So we are very proud of you, the Youth Sounding Board. You are not only the present, but indeed the future. When we look at you, we feel that Kenya's future is secure. Let's clap for these young people. On the SDGs, I couldn't agree with you more, Frank, in terms of the urgency of the SDGs. If we have been in a marathon, then I'm sure all of us agree that we must engage in a sprint. We don't have an option. The task of nation building is critically urgent. So we have to engage in a marathon. When we reflect on the 5 years that are remaining, we then of necessity must think about the post-SDGs agenda. But of course, the post-SDGs agenda will be emptied of meaning if we do not do our best to move on this SDGs work. Indeed, when you look at the research that has been done, it is clear that we are off track. If you look at majority of the targets that the SDGs set out, we are off track. So meaning then that we need to do much, much, much more and approach this with greater urgency. As I conclude, let me recognize my good friend, Abrams Misoi from the Embassy of Sweden. We thought it would be good to invite our counterparts. We value Nordic cooperation, and it's in that, that spirit that we have a representative from Sweden to just come and also talk to us and also give his perspectives on what Sweden is doing on the SDGs so that we can broaden the partnerships that are there. SDGs! 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 I think, Frank, I think I can establish a political party, eh? Thank you very much, and all the best for these 2 days. Thank you.
Person I will call next, I think Kimani has already mentioned a little bit about him. But you know, when someone is representing an embassy, we assume that they have come from there. So as we welcome him, you can imagine the kind of trips he has had to make to be here in Nairobi. So allow me to welcome, and let's give him a warm welcome. You know, right now in Sweden, I don't think it's very cold. So let's give him a warm welcome so that this cold doesn't chase him away. Programs Manager at the Embassy of Sweden in Kenya, Mr. Abraham Misoi.
Good morning once again. Yeah, my name is Abraham Misoi. Joseph has rightly put it, we are part of the Nordic countries and we have very strong relationship with the Royal Danish Embassy. And we are close to each other. Every other thing that we do, we normally share notes and compare notes. So whatever I'm going to speak here, I'm pretty much sure they are likely the same as what they do. Receive greetings from our Head of Development Cooperation in absentia. There is someone who is acting on our behalf. They've gone for a summer holiday. I don't come from Sweden, Ruth. I come from Kenya. I've been here for since I was born, and especially Nairobi for the last so many years, almost 9. Yeah, when we received this invitation, we were asked to talk about how Sweden Embassy or Swedish Embassy in Kenya is building local partnership for SDGs and driving goals. And what's our role as the Swedish Embassy in Kenya? And I'm going to speak about what we do and our focus, and especially our philosophy when it comes to SDGs in Kenya. Of course, we know the 2030 vision around the SDGs. I don't know, we are only 5 years short of achieving our vision. And Joseph rightly put it that we're off track. I don't know how off track we are. But I can confirm to you in Sweden we are not off track because we're basically guided by principles around the SDGs. And especially the 17 SDGs, the goals. In Kenya, Sweden, we're leveraging diplomacy and development cooperation and local partnership to accelerate SDGs. And our philosophy centers around supporting locally led development. And I'll speak to this very passionate when I go to the initiatives that we are doing. We're also promoting inclusive governance And that is why I talked about inclusivity. Someone talked about inclusion, then I said inclusivity. We're also looking at strengthening resilience and climate adaptation. And that is one of our key portfolios when it comes to Kenya Development Corporation. We're focusing so much into climate and climate change and environment. And also we're encouraging innovation and also private sector engagement. PP? Public-private partnerships. Yes. Now, those are the words now. So those are the philosophies. We are guided by all those. And we're looking into how best do we contribute to the achievement of the Vision 2030. And of course, at the same time, aligning into the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, the UNSDCF. And we are both strategic and also we look into the context to ensure that our relevance is key and especially into aligning into these key strategic areas. So our key interventions or key initiatives and partnerships centers around working closely with CSOs. And this is something that we've had or we've met deliberately because we know the civil space is very important to the Swedish community, and especially as a country. 2025, I think a week ago, on 20th, if I remember very well, we made a call for expression of interest, and I know some of you would know this. And we are very, very categorical into engaging with CSOs, local CSOs, Kenyan local CSOs. Why? Because we want local support to these CSOs. So it reflects on our belief as an embassy or as Swedish that we want to empower local actors. And that is where we need the local capacity to come in because they have local solutions, they understand the context, and also the sustainability bit. Because if you engage someone who within the next few years leaves the country, then sustainability bit and ownership gets out of it. The other thing is the UN Partner Trust Fund. 2022, there was a deliberate commitment of about 4 million USD from Sweden into the UN SDG MPTF, that is Multi-Partner Trust Fund. And this looks into UN joint programming, you know that, the devolution programming, looks into engagement of women, gender issues, and other issues that are very important to us as a country. And then it aligns to, of course, the Kenyan development goals and also priorities for our country. It also looks into the private sector investment because we are not running away from the trade and political aspect of it. Again, we look into aligning into these SDG aligned initiatives very clearly. And that commitment alone around the MPTF, that is Multi-Trust Trust Fund, supports integrated programming, integrating all programming across different sectors, either health, education, climate action, gender equality, and what have you. The other aspect that we prioritize in partnering with local CSOs is climate and environment resilience. And this, we've done a lot of engagements around climate adaptation programs in vulnerable communities, not only through local institutions, but also international institutions, sustainable agriculture, development of some good structures within the Ministry of Agriculture, Kiamis, that tracks how farmers are really adapting into this climate, and also capacity development for local governments and on climate resilience. And the best practices for us as an embassy is locally led development. And I said I'd speak about this because we want to see these local institutions that have local solutions, and we believe they have the local solutions. And this again brings the sustainability bit, including also that bit around ownership. Funding that we pull, joint programming, I've talked about the UN, demonstrates how coordinated financing can reduce duplication. Of course, duplication, as Joseph has said, that coordination and relationship helps us not to duplicate and put more resources into one thing. We can look into the gap and bridge the gap, and that is why we believe in joint programming and also pulling resources together. Inclusive rights-based programming, very important. We look into the rights of the people. What do the people, what are these things that affect the people? And what interventions can we put in place through our partners here in Kenya that can help to address those issues? And especially the marginalized communities and marginalized people that we believe, especially youth and women and people with disabilities. Of course, data-driven decision-making. We always make our decisions. We always give our resources based on what has been given to us, evidence that is presented to us. Any policy making through investments in data systems and monitoring frameworks, that again, we support that. And then we ensure that there's better tracking of SDG progress. That is very keen to us. Any programming or any initiative that we want to put resources out there, we think back and look into how does this enable us to track the progress of achieving more impact, and especially in ensuring that there is progress made around the SDG implementation. There are quite a number of opportunities for scaling up and also scaling impact. One of it is we are proposing that for SDG implementation to be accelerated in Kenya, there should be need to strengthen multi-stakeholder platforms. Very important. Bringing together all players within the sectors, the government, the civil society, the private sector, and the development partners. And this is key to us. And then expand public-private partnerships, I know across different sectors, and especially energy, digital innovation, and the youth employment. Youth employment is a big thing in our global reform agenda because job creation is very important. Invest in local capacity development, very important again, ensuring that counties and communities can lead their own development. And that is the reason why I said locally led development is very critical and important to us. And we've started, and you saw the call that we put out there last week. And then important again that we leverage on diaspora and international networks, mobilize resources and knowledge that can help again to spur and accelerate the development, implementation of SDG. In conclusion, what we're saying as an embassy is Sweden's embassy in Kenya exemplifies diplomatic missions that can drive transformative change through strategic partnership, inclusive programming, and innovative financing. I forgot to mention about the guarantees. We always give finances or resources to, or guarantee resources to our investors, especially the commercial banks, so that they can give out loans at affordable rates to marginalized people, especially the refugees in some of the refugee camps. I know Kakuma is one of the refugee camps that we give that that innovative financing. We're also looking into putting out there challenge fund, and this again goes into private sector. That support, again, very important to us. So by aligning to Kenya's development priorities and empowering local actors, we are looking into helping to turn the global goals into local realities. We just want to not to see that we have these very global goals out there, but we want to make it very, customize it into the local realities, people to look into it and identify with it, and then make it a reality to help them spur their own development. And as Kenya continues to journey towards the 2030, the best practices of a roadmap, the deepening impact, fostering resilience, and ensuring that no one is left behind. So I extend my best wishes. I think I'll be sitting here until noon, and then after that, go to other things. But I want to wish you all the very best. I know 2030 is not far from us. So in case you lost track, it's only 5 years from now. So I don't know how best do we get off track and get into track to ensure that we make this a reality, especially in our Kenyan context. All the very best, and God bless you.
Just as Joseph says, we are, Joseph Jr. says we have qualified, but we are not in the group. Please, what is the other requirement that we are lacking? So the right person to give us direction on the Kenya Danida Alumni Network is our next speaker. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mr. Anthony Ambugo. Na hizo makofi atawaongeza kweli. A round of applause.
That must be a Gen Z. On a lighter note. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hata mimi sijakunywa chai lakini naongea. Good morning. At least there is water, and water is life. And a significant proportion of my career, I think spanning 1.5 decades, I've been in water. I'll tell you about it. But I'm delighted to be here this morning. Thank you for introducing me and the kind words from Kimani. I've been in touch with Isaac. Is Isaac? Yeah, and I like the energy, the passion. If we had a passionometer here and measure the passion of the SDG champions, I think hiyo passionometer ingegonga mwisho. Simjipigie makofi. I'm also enthused by my colleague here, the politician. I always don't bring the politician in me. Yes, I was a student leader, student president in Maseno. And when I speak, you will see some of these things coming out. There's a good brother who said that he was using his V8 every morning. And when he reaches the gate, all the askaris would salute. Then one day, that vehicle was not in good condition. So wakachukua kanaitwaje kadudu kale ka familia. So when he reached the gate, they were busy talking to each other. Nobody even cared to salute him. So he realized it was not about him. It was about the big vehicle. So I want to agree with you that that is what happens most of the time. There's a time I was attending an event in Kakamega. I come from Budalangi. Of course, I'm of Luya extraction, and I'm proud about it. I'm a father of 11, and I'm not ashamed to talk about it. One woman. Unasema only wako ni wangapi? Challenge. 20. Ona ameogopa. So I was given a V8. I had trouble reaching home. Kila station ukifika bodaboda wamefika. Muhesh, Igwe. This country, we have a long journey. So they have not even seen how I look like. They have just seen the monster. Then I become Igwe. Now, first flight, Danke, that is Danida Kenya alumni, brings in together all the people who have attended courses in Denmark or have been trained. How many have attended DFC courses? Let me see by a show of hands. So by default, you are a member of Danida Kenya alumni. So the only thing that we were trying to do is to kick in the registration process, because the database shows that over 2,000 people in this country have had training or been supported in one way or another. So that makes you an alumni. So the only thing that we did is we were mapping. We wanted to know your names, when you are trained in Denmark, you operate in which sector. So that is the only thing that would say. And our liaison officer is Caro Kasiwai. I don't know if she has arrived. So we have the executive. Allow me to introduce them. Please come forward for introduction. The container for change, the executive of Danida Kenya alumni. So I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Unaona hata si tuko na Gen Z, tuko sawa.
I've got some VAT, so I'm not a Gen Z. My name is Victor Maundu. I am the organizing secretary at the EXCO. I'm an alumni of DFC. Besides that, I work at Coca-Cola Beverages Africa. Yeah. I did the 2020-2021 cohort.
Good morning once again. As I'd said, my name is Fred Odhiambo. I work with Kenya Dairy Board. Currently, I'm also serving as the treasurer for the alumni. And yes, I attended a course in One Health back in 2019. So I was there for 3 months.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Jacob Odongo Olonde. I serve as the Secretary General for the Executive. And I studied organizational change management in Denmark in 2022. I am a champion of climate change. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Scholar Ngare, the team leader in water and energy thematic node, and work for Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. Thank you.
So we can introduce Karo Kasiwai, who is our liaison officer. Somebody was about to flip the gender card. I saw it coming. But we have tried to balance that. Of course, when we go to an election, this is not anything new, what you are alluding to. There is opportunity for us even to choose and elect women. But what do we do most of the time? And this is the problem that we are facing. But through other governance channels, we have been able to onboard and ensure that we have women. So maybe a photo for us. Let's appreciate them. So I attended water governance training in 2023 in Denmark. I had the opportunity again to be in Denmark with the entire water sector team in 2024. Just, I think, in 2 or 3 minutes, I want to wind this up. So when we came back, that is in 2023, that is when we were elected in office. That is in September. And we have tried to put in place governance structures. And the first one was to build a container for change. And you've seen the container. We are happy to report that the team's capacity has been built by attending national alumni network training that brings a number of countries together, and this happens every year in Arusha. So we have also been able to form 3 thematic nodes to ensure that members are able to transfer and exchange knowledge depending on their professional background. And we have the food safety. So you'll see if we are contributing to SDGs, then these would be SDG number 2, zero hunger. We have water and energy nexus, and we have aligned this to the Royal Danish Embassy priorities, where we have a water sector councillor, we have the environment and circular economy, and also the food safety. So we have been able also, through the alumni, to to apply a number of networkers grants. So there was the Climate Change Forum in 2023, so that addresses SDG number 13, climate action. We have collaborated with other institutions, BSG, where we hosted the food systems in Nairobi in June 2024. And December last year, we were able to develop a first draft Danke constitution. And this one has been circulated to members for adoption. So I think members were given the first 3 months, and my good learned friends say, when there is silence, it means what? Consent. So what we are going to do next is call a forum. And I'm not sure how many are in our social platform for Danke, those who are have not registered. So I think before the end of tomorrow, we'll be able to organize so that you get a link and you are able to join. So if you are not in the registered, we have 211 registered alumni, but there is a bigger forum. So when we get opportunities, we give preference to those who are registered, because you must show some level of commitment. And you know, registration is free. We are not saying that there is money. Then you align yourself to your thematic node. Are you in an environment or circular economy? For the last 1.5 decades, I've been in water. So I don't know if I have to brand myself as an SDGs champion for safely managed water and sanitation. That is what I've been advocating for the last almost 15 years. So I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you. I've said I'm enthused by what you are doing, and I appreciate, so that you also join the alumni. And we have made it now clear in terms of governance and democracy. We are only in office for a term of 2 years and maximum 2 terms. So I'll not be defending my seat at the end of this year. So if you want to join, you have that opportunity. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Stefan, Denmark's ambassador in Kenya. The Kenya-Denmark partnership is more than 60 years old. The partnership is close. It's touching upon so many different sectors and types of interventions. Throughout that many years, DFC and the training of strong young Kenyans has been a part of our partnership. The DFC alumni here in Kenya have shown us the value of going for this training. You have used your skills to help Kenya grow and develop. The workshop today is a chance for all of you, including our youth sounding board, to share experiences and take stock and agree on good ways forward. What have you learned? How can you use it? A key feature of your workshop is discussing how you can contribute to move the Sustainable Development Goals forward. I'm also happy to tell you that Denmark's strategy for partnerships with Africa and our new development strategy exactly underlines the importance of partnerships between people to create progress, and you play a key role in this. So thank you for coming to the workshop. I wish you a great day.
Now, I know I did not introduce myself when I was passing the mic. My name is Josephine Nyamai Warunge. So I am the co-founder and director for Budget of Global, and also part of the YSB from the Danish Embassy and part of the champions. So it is really a pleasure to be here today and feel at home. So in this session that we are entering right now, a lot has been said, But this is what, in this session we want to hear what has gone into record. There's been so much work that not only the champions from the DFC, the Danke alumni, and even the Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board members have been able to undertake around SDG. So, by show of hands, how many of us here come from a village? How many of us come from a village? Hey, Tabu. Tabu, you don't have a village. How many of us here come from a village? By show of hands. Okay, great. In fact, all of us, we come from a village. Okay, how many of us here were born in Nairobi or in urban setup? You want to tell me that there's no village around that? There are village administration and all that. Anyway, that is not the point. As the introductory remarks were being made, you've heard about an SDG village that came as a result of the efforts of the 25 alumni who attended the course in 2021. And I can assure you, all of us, we've come from village. The only difference is some of us came to town, come from a village, but we found ourselves in the city, either through a bus. You came by a bus, and some of us have come by bus. So all of us actually come from a village. Are we together? So in this session, we are going to just hear and highlight part of the work that has been undertaken. Kindly check your table. I was able to supply some sticky notes. Please, that was not meant for your notes. If you've... It was not meant for your notes. Frank is looking at me, but at least he has to. So, in this session, I would want us to highlight something. So, ensure that you have a sticky note and a biro. I know at least that has been provided for you, yeah? So, all of us here, I know you've contributed towards sustainable development goals, whether you're part of the Danida alumni, whether you're part of the 21 champions who are also now joining the alumni team, whether you're part of the YSB team. And today I also want to acknowledge we are also joined by a team that attended a similar course in Uganda. So we are having our colleagues from Uganda joining us today online, and I also want to acknowledge them. So in that sticky note, I know there's work that you've been able to do around the Sustainable Development Goals. So I want you to write one word, one impact. Since you attended the course that you are going to do, I want you to write one word that you have been able to do around the Sustainable Development Goals. One word or a phrase. It doesn't have to be one word. It could be a phrase or even a sentence. Yeah? One of the key impacts from the work that you do on a day-to-day basis regarding the Sustainable Development Goals. Are we together? So once you write your word, we have a wall of impact. You will kindly walk in the front, and then you will stick your impact on the wall of impact. Are we together? So you write, for instance, if I am Josephine, I am going to write something around that my impact has been co-creation and grassroots mobilization around sustainable development goals. That is an example. Please don't write what I've just said. It is just an illustration and an example. So once I am done, I will come, you place your impact on the wall of impact. But before you come in front, all of us are seated across in tables. I want you to discuss among yourself in the next 3 or so minutes. Then I will get to hear from selected tables one of the things that is coming out. Perhaps this table will let us know, perhaps you've done a lot of organizing and localizing the conversations around the Sustainable Development Goals. So we will want to hear in details, what is it that one thing you have been able to do? So I want you to discuss in your tables, and then once we are done, we will have all the the impact, the journeys that you've walked around, yeah? We will have them placed in here. But also, as I said, in this model of collaboration, we are not only having the 21 champions, we are also bringing on board, we want to have a larger family in this collaboration. So we also have members from the Youth Sounding Board who have also been part of working around SDGs. We have actually 2 cohorts, actually 3, but for the third one, we will forgive you for today. So we'll also get to hear what they have been able to do. And then after that, we will continue to the next session. Now, I've done a lot of talking. Can we get into the writing? Thank you. And I'm putting a timer. This exercise is taking only 5 minutes. So let's work around it. Please, if you do not have a sticky note, you may raise up your hand. Can you hand over one for you? How are we doing? We are good. But finishing up this. Who find this table here, Gen Z? Okay. How many more minutes? So you'll select one. But now, since most of you are YSB members, they are presenting Taruka Itebulenu Tower. But you ensure your work is pale. Actually, if you're done, you can just go and stick. Yeah. Hello, how are we doing? So we so yeah. Umekaa peke yako huku? Oh, kuna maji. No, pale mbele kuna spaces. Mali kumani huko, there's a chair there. Basi we'll just move here and mali kuna kitu. Yeah. So I think we need to change so that we save time. Yeah, just anywhere. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm seeing very few notes. Kindly bring them in front and stick your impact. Or a phrase. You can help him. You can place it anywhere. Hapo. Sawa pia. Yeah. Okay. Junior and senior. Good. Okay. Anyone who is yet to place their impact on the wall? Engagement. I can see gender inclusion, stakeholder coordination, bringing people together for collaborative change. I can see collaboration, leaving no one behind, locally led climate action to community and youth, and many, many amazing things. I know you've been able to have conversations in your tables, and in the next 2 or so minutes, I want to invite Daniel Mwenda and Mwikali from the other side just to tell us one of the things that is coming out from the table, but also to speak to some of the work that you've been doing at the community level. I've just picked randomly. Please don't be on my case, asking me why I've not chosen on you. So I will start with James Mwenda. James is one of the champions, but he will speak more from his side.
Thank you, Josephine. Josie, we call her Josie. Many things you can say that is going on. When Josie was telling me to say something, or is telling me to say something, I'm supposed to speak as government, but I'm not government, but I'm a branch of government. But one of the key things that government should be doing is developing policies and legislation that narrows down its performance towards the realization of SDGs. So the policies we are developing are reflective of what we have made a commitment to under the SDGs. As you know, the SDGs is a commitment by heads of states and governments on what they aspire to do by 2030. But if I speak from a human rights lens, for us, is basically to ensure mainstreaming of key human rights principles that are reflected in the SDGs, in the policy, legislation, and programming that we undertake as a national human rights institution and as a key advisor of government on matters of human rights. SDGs is a human rights instrument. If you look at it, the analysis by the Danish Institute for Human Rights attributed about 90% of the SDGs to human rights principles and standards. And therefore, our work then is to make sure we mainstream human rights-based approach into development programs, into programming of agencies, and our advisory roles on government as whether it is adhering to principles of human rights in the realization of human rights, in SDGs. Leaving no one behind is a clarion call. Leaving no one behind is a human rights instrument that basically addresses discrimination, that addresses inclusion, that addresses equality, that addresses public participation, that addresses transparency as reflected in SDG 16. And our work has basically been that, to give even meaning to numbers. You know, numbers can be numbers. Numbers are meaningful if they are attaching a certain level of closeness to human rights or to the human person. Everything we do, you do it because of the person, of the human, we the people, as our constitution says, as the Declaration on Human Rights says. Everyone is born free in dignity and equality and all that. So I would say that is the work that we have been pushing. We have been also pushing basically to have the voluntary national reporting reflect what the state is doing to realize human rights. So from that perspective, then I would say all arms of government are supposed, you know, government is a main convener. It's supposed to convene government itself and all its arms, ministries, departments, and agencies, civil society organizations, and communities to drive towards achieving the 2030. Implementation may be difficult, but if you look at the current government bottom-up approach, is leaving no one behind. Pick everyone as you move, all right? So I would say that we are trying to ensure that government realizes that vision in practice, not just in Frank's language. And I'm saying Frank because he said he's a political animal, and they have more pronouncements than action. So we are trying to make sure that their pronouncements are accompanied by action, by equipping them with adequate tools then to pick what is important. I think I have said a lot.
Thank you so much, Mwenda, for highlighting and reflecting around the SDGs from point of legislation and policy, and also from a point of human rights-based approach. And you've also mentioned about the numbers, and when you mentioned about the numbers, that is something that is very dear to my heart. Those numbers, they translate into something. So let us hear from grassroots. This is Daniel. Daniel is representing one of our champions who was with us. That is a tour network. We can hear from you. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm representing Peter Kwame from Hatua Network. He was a fellow. It's tricky when you're representing someone you don't know if they talk about him, if should stand, or because it doesn't apply to you. But having had the pleasure of meeting Senior Joseph during one of our programs, and Ruth Bolo over phone when we were planning this to happen in Mombasa initially, would have been nice. But Hatua Network as an organization supports youth by giving them access to quality education, mentoring, and access to job opportunities. We connect them with their first opportunities. And since the fellowship, we've been able to embrace the power of partnership. One such project that we were able to do was in partnership with Uraia Trust in 2022, where we were able to train our gap years, who then had to go to secondary schools that are in their locality, and they'd go into these schools where young people identify with gang culture openly, and through film, storytelling, and dialogue, they were able at the end of that program to create poems, songs, and plays that then promote peace. And we were then very surprised at the power of just equipping young people with civic education. Someone just said today that leadership is a reflection of society. And if you're going to change the leadership, then a lot of work has to be done at the grassroots level. So right now we are still pushing through with that. We've developed a mentoring curriculum that covers all important soft skills, and through partnerships we are trying to get other organizations that work with young people to adopt these tools and use them in creating a better society that then can result in better leadership. So we are ready to commit to co-create adaptable learning tools, building partnerships with like-minded organizations, and mentoring others to integrate soft skills into their programs. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Daniel, for representing. So, as I said, we were 25 of us, and we might not have the opportunity to speak, but we were able to collect their voices and the implementation that has gone down from the champions, the initial 21. So in this, I'll run quickly just to highlight some of the things that this team has been able to undertake in the last 4 years. Around their impact on SDGs. And just to mention, the team was very well represented. We had a team from the private sector, the government, that is the county or national government, others from political parties, from the civil society organization, from media, and private sector. So that was basically the representation of the team. So we ran a survey of what people have been able to undertake in their capacity concerning their implementation of their policy goals. And one of the things that was coming out, number one, is legislation and policy influence. We have seen most of the champions pushing for policies such as the mental health bill, the children's bill, whistleblower protection bill, which is currently in the third reading. We have also seen gender and gender policies being undertaken at the county level. There has been a lot of policy dialogues that have also taken place, and a lot of work around climate financing. There has been also a lot of organizing on high-level advocacy and strategic dialogue by the champions in their own networks. There's been a lot of institutional capacity strengthening for the actors in the space, from the government officials to the community, and a lot of work around supporting the voluntary reporting and review, as Mwenda was able to mention. Then there has also been mainstreaming SDG in planning and government. If you look at most of the county governments, and I am very happy because we have a representation of a county government official in this room. If you look at most of the county integrated development plans for most of the counties, they have been able to mainstream and capture an aspect of how they are going to enact SDGs in their development and planning. So that has been one of the things. There's been also a guided programmatic infusion of the SDGs into the institutional interventions, and I know Mwenda has spoken about that in depth. Then there has been also a lot of voluntary reporting and reviews in the high level and political SDGs meeting. There's been also a lot of champions and stakeholder engagement. As you've heard when Frank was giving his remarks, a village was born. And when I started this meeting, I asked you, how many of you come from a village? And some of you were reluctant because maybe you were born in town. Anyway, you came by bus or by bus. All the same, you come from a village. So there's been a lot of collaboration between the champions and the stakeholders. There's been also a coordination of the SDG village, which now we are inviting more actors to come on board. The Danida alumni, the embassy, youth sounding board members, and that has been one of the work that has actually been undertaken by this team in the last 4 years. There's been a lot of youth and community empowerment that has been taken into action. And then there's been a lot of innovation and cross-sector platforms by the champions. Some of them are in this room and others were able to send their responses. So what part of their journey, we also wanted to hear what part of their journey was, have shaped the champions that we spoke about. And one of the things was the financing and institutional strategy. For those that went to Denmark, maybe by the end of the program, you thought there was going to be money and finances to implement your policy goal. Then boom, shock on you. So that was highlighted by most of the champions, lack of funds, but they have translated the challenge into an opportunity by leveraging on collaboration and also institutional programs and partnership for them to be able to implement their policy goal. I'm also happy to report that out of the SDGs village, this year we also birthed a PFM village where we hold conversation which are more aligned to financing the sustainable development goals and any other work to do with the public finance. Remember, all these goals and the things that we are speaking about, they cannot happen if there is no structured financing mechanism. There's been also conceptualization of market-based solutions, such as carbon footprint campaigns and decarbonization initiative as part of the things that is coming out as part of the journey for the champions. There's been a lot of policy influence and legislative action, community engagement, there's been climate action and sustainable partnerships, and then there's been also a lot of personal growth and strategic insight. You will discover that most of the champions that we had, some of them have actually transitioned to other roles that were different, but even in the transition, they have also carried with them the work that they have been undertaking around the sustainable development goals. Then the next slide, which is the final one, the next one. Great. So what has surprised you the most? So we were able to capture this, the color that is highlighted in orange. Is that orange? We usually blame men to be colorblind, but apparently it seems it's all of us. So there's that color, financing gaps. These are some of the surprises that surprised the champions, but they have also been able to do something around it. Low awareness of SDGs. There's a lot of low awareness of SDGs, and especially at the grassroots level. And I think that is also, it is something that surprised many, especially back then. By now, I can report that at least there is progress that has been made in localizing the conversations around the SDGs and many, many others. Because of the aspect of time, that is what the champions have been able to do by translating their action goals into practical steps and also contributing into the SDGs journey. So at this moment, because I said we are bringing more people on board through our collaborative model, I would want to take this opportunity to invite members of the YSB. I know there are 2 cohorts, a team that did some work in 2023 and another one that has been doing something since 2024. So I would want to invite you each 3 minutes. We offer advisory to the embassy as they pursue youth-friendly interventions in their programs. And we have an amazing team that has been doing an amazing work around the SDGs. And at this moment, I would want to usher in Diana Ambani to give a 3 to 3.5 minutes presentation on what they have been able to do on behalf of the YSB. Cohort 1 that went, mpigeni makofi mpaka afike. She had to travel overnight all the way from Bungoma for this session. So let us appreciate her for that.
Good morning. My name is Ambani Diana. I am a cohort, the first cohort of Youth Sounding Board under the agriculture thematic area. So msishangae sana, most of feedback ikikuwa agriculture. I'm also a technical assistant at Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust. And for our presentation, we'll do it in 2 sessions. The one we did for our action plan, and then the one that the members have been doing within their areas of expertise. And in 2023, we were privileged to get a training from DFC on empowering youth to influence and accelerate SDGs. For this, we developed our action plan surrounding the key challenge that is facing Kenyan youth. And we decided that the challenge we were facing as Kenyan youth was unemployment. And we went with SDG 8. We chose to develop our action plan as harnessing SDG 8 implementation while leveraging on SDG 17 of partnership and SDG 13 on climate action. And for this, we worked with an embassy partner organization that is Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust, as our action plan was centered generally around agriculture, and they are within this space. We engaged them within their 2 programs. The first one was agricultural financing, that is AgriFi. They needed our collaboration in stakeholder mapping within 5 wet markets that they were developing. And our role was to help them accelerate youth engagement in the wet market space within waste management, and to ensure they create jobs in accordance with their theme of ensuring 40% women and 30% youth engagement. And for this, we were able to do a survey within the 5 wet markets. We had Free Area, a wet market in Nakuru. We had Mutwapa in Kilifi. We had Sokompia in Nyandarua. In Meru was Ruiri Market. And Kisii, we had Kisii Municipality Wet Market. And for this, we were able to engage the local governments, that is the public health, the trade departments, the environment, the Department of Environment, and we realized some of the gaps that were existing. Then we also talked to waste management stakeholders, that is including the collectors, the SMEs within this space, and the youth that were there. We also talked to market committees, as they are directly affected. From there, we developed a report that could map out the gaps and what we recommend as the youth sounding members, so that the organization can do to ensure that youth are engaged, jobs are created, waste management in wet markets is improved. We recommended 3 major actors, and from the outcomes, one was Obi Farm, a youth who was doing black soldier fly. Black soldier fly is a poultry feed. Ni wadudu. Okay. In simple terms, he was doing it from basins, and it wasn't structured. That time he was collecting about 100 kgs per day, waste from Kisii Municipal Market. We recommended, after interviewing him and seeing his goals, we were able to recommend ways in which he could be empowered. And as of current, MESP was Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust was able to build him a modern black soldier fly propagation center. He's now collecting over around 1 ton per day from Kisii Wet Market. He has increased not only his income, which is SDG 1 on poverty elevation. He has also created multiple jobs, which is SDG 8, directly 6 jobs. The minimum earning from this, a youth who works at his site earns 9,000 monthly. He has also indirectly empowered other youths who are also now propagating BSF. It is not something that most youths will take because it's dirty. You have to do waste and recycling. He also earns not only from the BSF seed bank, but also sells manure. The community has taken it positively. He has empowered over 50 widows through a widow group. He's now a key trainer of trainers in BSF propagation. So we saw a lot of impact from his engagement. Another recommendation was Greencom, an SME in Nakuru. Her major challenge was accessing the waste. Despite being in Nakuru, close to the market, she couldn't access the waste. So we were able to find the collectors from the wet market, interviewed them, found out their challenge. They were being exploited. We linked them to her, and then she was able to provide the necessary collecting equipment. Now she has empowered not only the 4 of them who were there, but around 10 collectors within the market. The wage rate is 400 shillings per day. Then she has employed 6 direct ones from her farm. Minimum wage rate is 15,000. She has empowered others and even gotten other youths trained. They have opened other farms, including one around Mangu. Then indirectly, she's a trainer of trainers. Her major struggle was the compost manure, which she was producing through composting, wasn't being uptaken well by the farming community in Nakuru. But through MESP and our recommendation, she was built a modern BSF structure. She's now processing black soldier fly first as compost manure that has now increased not only the price, the capacity of production has increased. She has increased customers from the monthly that she used to get around 15. Now she can get over 50. The BSF cells, she even packages them as poultry feeds and sells them. She has branded them. She told me that they get pre-orders. So her sales have not only increased, but it has expanded her business. The last recommendation was Hope for Tomorrow. It was a community-based organization in KCIC. They were women and youth. They were doing recycling of banana waste. Originally, they were making baskets, but with our recommendation, MEST helped them access the fiber extraction machine. They are able to expand their product line, and currently, they are even looking into vinegar. Actively, they are engaging 10 youths, but with the fiber extraction machine and other machines that MESP will be procuring for them, they are likely to increase the engagement from 10 directly to about 20. We saw that our action plan, was it implemented successfully? Was the climate action entity, is it happy, the climate action? Are you happy? So from our end as Youth Sounding Board, we are happy that we harnessed SDG 8 successfully. And on the last section about our engagement on the individual basis, we have partnership SDG, the partnership SDG 17, where from CGHRD partnership with the embassy, we have had many engagements, including under climate action, with one where the Minister for Development Cooperation encouraged local financing for floods in Mathare. They were also engaged and linked to UN Women, where they worked around femicide and SGBV. And we have also, from our end also, on climate action. We have seen other successes from the individual basis. We saw another success when we developed, when we facilitated our youth tent, the first one in 2023. We created awareness around youths. From my end, working as a technical assistant with Amidst, I was tasked with youth engagement in agriculture space. One of the key issues was getting youths active within the agriculture space. But as of current, I can say through the 1 year I've been with Amidst, I've seen over 200 job creations through the BSP support model that they asked us, Youth Sounding Board, to engage with them in developing. So it was also another success with our partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. You can be able to see that when we call ourselves young people, it is not just an age card. We are creating solutions in the community. We have been involved in solving the challenges that the young people in our country face. So thank you so much, Diana and the team. I'm so proud of us. Allow me to, they deserve a better clap. Okay, Millie will lead us into that clap. Thank you so much, Millie. So that work has actually happened within a span of 2 years. Sasa mkitupia zingine tano, you can imagine what we are able to do. So at this moment, allow me to welcome the next cohort, the cohort that attended at the similar program last year in 2024. So allow me to welcome on stage Karen, who will be presenting on behalf of the young people. Tumpigeni makofi mpaka afike hapa. Sorry? You want to project?
Hi everyone. So my name is Karen Omboyo-Waithera, as I had introduced myself earlier. And here with me is my team. They're a bit busy here with the technicalities, but this is...
Thank you so much. Good morning once more. Joseph Owino here with my colleague.
Arnold Gekonge. So as you have heard, we are trying to maintain a bit of equality here in absentia of one of our team members, Lillian. So as you can see, this is a picture of the activity that we held. So from the 3rd to, I think the 5th to 8th, I'm sorry, during the People Dialogues Festival, we used that as our actionable plan in the tent that the Royal Danish Embassy was hosting us in as a youth sounding board. So our focus was on sustainable waste management, and our SDG number was SDG number 13, climate action. So one of the biggest things that we wanted to do, because this was a follow-up of our action plan from the YouLead Summit, which is a convening of young people from different parts of Africa. So during the YouLead Summit, we had small workshops within the summit and also a high-level panel to try and capacity build the crowd on what SDGs are. we did a bit on what our action plan was entailing on Sustainable Development Goal number 13, which was trying to teach young people who are working in the waste sector how to handle waste in terms of structuring their organizations and also teaching them how to create inclusivity in their structures in this circular system. So the activities that we had that we saw might be important when we are trying to teach was the SDG handprint Canva. So one of the biggest things I've learned as youth and working with youth is trying to create meaningful engagement as well as trying to make it as informally formal as possible. So what I mean by that is you want an activity, informally formal as possible. You want an activity that hautachoka akili. You will be able to engage with it, learn, that is one, and two, be able to take up as much from it as possible. So we did an SDG handprint, so that is art and activism together. So it's called activism. The use of art to be able to capacity build and to teach masses. So using this Canva that we had everyone imprint their SDG, favorite SDG on the Canva, and then after that we use that as a precursor for discussions on what we were talking about. So in short, the first session was about relaunching what SDGs was to the masses before we now act on the core mandate that had brought us. And after that, we now use a game called Props. I'm a bit sorry we don't have it here, but we'll be playing a video, so after this you'll be able to see it. So the prop game was used as a means of now teaching the core mandate that we had in our action plan. So that was SDG 13, trying to teach young people how can we be able to create inclusivity in our structures as a youth governing community-based organization in the waste management sector. And in this, we were able to teach people who find it hard to even be in formal classrooms and make it as synthesizable as possible. So here you can imagine we had Mama Mboga, but now someone who works in that ecosystem of waste. So this is someone who handles now degradable waste. I think that's how we call it. I stand corrected. And then we also had people who handle Pampers and people who handle period waste. So some of them have not been able to attain the level of education that we have been privileged to have. So the prop game was a means for us to be able to convey the information that we wanted. So this space, as it is written, it was able to create an informal but meaningful and inclusion and intentional space for everyone. So when you talk about inclusivity, that means we also had people with disabilities who are able to interact with the game well. And lastly, we had a photo booth session that had a hashtag activation. So after every activity, we allowed people to interact with it so that we can be able to document, take pictures, and share it widely. So the outcome of these three major events was obviously increased awareness and capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And part of our engagement, and especially with the PDF 2025, and Mr. Joe, if you allow me to acknowledge one, Madam Tracy Sogo, my good friend. Then two, participating in the PDF 2025 was a development, especially for me, being that the very first time, if you allow me to say this, I participated in the first PDF, that's in 2022. And the person who picked me to participate in that PDF is seated here, Madam Sally Nduta, who ensured that at least we beef up the disability inclusion anecdote within the PDF, especially from my Youth Frontier point of view. And so in 2025, I had the privilege of now not just being a panelist, but rather hosting now a panel session powered by a partnership between the Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board in partnership with the National Youth Council, where we engaged with different personalities in terms of how do we enhance inclusive SDG implementation, taking care of the wider youth diversity network, especially harnessing issues about disability inclusion and even the diversity that we have. And we brought personalities like Shura Michael. I know a number of you know her, who's currently works with UNDP as an inclusion associate. We brought in a personality called Colin Sombajo, who works with Light for the World. And so, bringing up this, we even hosted, apart from the PDF panel, we also hosted a roundtable discussion which onboarded Danish members of parliament who visited the country, together with the ambassador, Stephen Stoneman, who had given his brief earlier. And the discussions that we hosted among the issues was the role of the young people in accountability streamlining. And this is the panel that we had, you can see. Yeah, and so we looked into all these factors, especially from engaging the young people in sustainable waste management, and especially how do we broaden the network. And for us, we're looking into how do we, the youth organizations that are based, especially being that our site was based in Dandora, how do we engage the broader network of youth organizations that are within this space, and how do we build that leadership so that at least their voices is taken care of in policy engagement around sustainable waste management. We, during the PDF, we also hosted within the YSB tent, we had what's called a youth cafe, engaged the young people and picked from that prospect or within that vicinity, so that at least we engage with them. What is it that they are doing, and what is it that the gaps they are getting from whatever they are doing in terms of enabling sustainable waste management within their prospects, and what is it that as YSB can we do to ensure that at least the loopholes, the gaps that are there in terms of policy, and even issues about employment, safe employment for them, and even issues about the safety concerns are also taken care of from a policy perspective, so that their welfare are taken care of.
Yeah, so as you can see, most of those activities that we've been able to engage in post the training in Copenhagen have mostly leveraged partnerships and peer sharing with other young people and various stakeholders who are also working on SDGs implementation to be able to move forward and accelerate our progress. Lastly, what I'd like to mention is we also participated in the ULEAD Summit, whereby we hosted a pop-up and engaged with various young people who are participating in the space on sustainable waste management. We started by asking them a simple question: how do you manage your waste? And then we start that conversation. We had an informal engagement and picked up quite a lot from what other people are doing, and also our initiative that is focusing on sustainable waste management within the Dandora dumping site. So I'd like us to move to the last slide and then watch highlights of one of the activities we did. So this is just a highlight of one of those activities that we hosted at the tent at Uhuru Park. And we look forward to engaging further in this workshop today and tomorrow. Thank you so much for your audience.
Let's appreciate them, the youth sounding board. Let us appreciate them. So thank you so much. We can be able to see, and this session, no wonder we called it the impact session. We can be able to see it is not just conversation that have been taking place, but there's real work that is happening in the ground. And as you've been able to see, there are a lot of things that are coming out in terms of impact, you know, from policy, from advocacy, from the real and impactful work happening at the grassroots by the young people and every one of us in this room. So even as we continue with these conversations, it is to really see that our network is growing and getting stronger and stronger. One strand is not enough, but more than 3 strands make it very, very strong. So allow me to, I know there's another session that is coming up. We've talked so much about the implementation of SDGs, but it is always important to remember all those beautiful, good policies we see in paper. They usually need a lot of they usually need a lot of money for them to be implemented. I am in the public finance space, and there's one slogan that we go with, that every day is a budget day, every person is a budget person, and every issue is a budget issue, because all the SDGs that you want to do, they'll need money to be implemented. All the policies that you want to do, irrespective of what space you are in, they will require finances to be implemented. And therefore, in this upcoming session, because we also have stakeholders in this room, we're also going to hear from the county government. They have done a lot of amazing work in trying to mainstream the sustainable development goals in their work. Remember, services happen at the grassroots level. Counties do a lot of work to ensure that work is going on at the county level by delivering those services, by delivering that watering point, the health point, the clinic around there. That is work that actually happens at the grassroots level. And in this moment, I would want to welcome on stage Ms. Jane Gidhui. She is the Director of Economic Planning and Finance in Mombasa County, as she will be giving us the highlights of what they have been able to undertake as a county government. She will give a snapshot. She's also an SDG focused person of the county, so we are going to be hearing from her, as we have heard from the CSOs, as we've heard from the private sector. Now it is time to hear from the government. Welcome, Jean.
Good morning, everybody. Like Jess has said, my name is Jane Wandia Gidhui. I'm an economist by profession, working with the county government of Mombasa as the Director Budget and Economic Planning, and also the SDG champion. When I give this presentation, the presentation is not going to be conclusive in terms of the things that we have been able to do as a county government. I just picked on the highlights, because any day, or whatever activity that we are undertaking in the county government, or even in the government, it's all about SDGs. I think when we started with, for those who are able to do Millennium Development Goals, I'm a millennial by age, but what we said, when we were looking at the Millennium Development Goals, it was a bit, when we were starting, it was not clear on how we are going to go about it. Because at some point, as a planner, we were concentrating so much on one goal and trying to work with the goal. But when you integrate all the goals, it becomes very easy. And that is why it just said in the morning, when you talk about the county integrated development plan, we have a chapter whereby we are integrating all the global goals, all the declarations that have been done, so that we are able to integrate the SDGs in the planning framework. Because if we talk about any SDG, I was giving an example of when we are addressing something to do with education. For example, for Mombasa, as you will see, we have a school feeding program. You are talking about education sector. whereby with the school feeding program, you are going to get the increase in retention and enrollment rate. But at the same time, of course, when you give that food, you are addressing the issues of poverty, because there are some children from some low-income households, they are not able to go to school just because they didn't have a meal. But because the food has been given and they know that when they go to school, they'll get that meal, they are able to go to school. The same household, the family, will now not pay for breakfast in the morning or give the child breakfast because they know this child, when they go to school, they are going to get that food or that meal. So when you talk about integrating the goals, that is what we are talking about, because if we don't mainstream the goals, and yet counties, and especially the county government, we have a problem with reduced fiscal space, then we will not be able to achieve the goals. So I've talked about the reduced fiscal space for the county governments. One of the issues we are having, and I wish we had somebody from the National Treasury here, is on the county government's allocation. I'm a government officer, but when you now being inclined to the counties, I really feel that the counties, every project or every activity or anything that is happening, just asked, does any one of us not come from a village? I don't know whether there is any project that is being undertaken not within a county, because even if it's the national government projects, they are either within a ward or within a certain county. But you find that, and the national government, and they were my employer, some of the resources are left at the national level, and especially for policy and all that, while the real work and the project is supposed to happen in the counties. The counties, we still feel, and I think there is that discussion that the counties are getting, they are not getting resources that are commensurate to the activities that, or the projects and programs that they're supposed to deliver, and that is where we are having a problem. When you look at the county governments, the issue of the bloated wage bill, if you read the stories, and unfortunately I feel for our bosses or the governors, because this is a political agenda at some point, when you talk about the bloated wage bills, when the counties came into place, we had the former municipalities that had staff with salaries. And you know, with labor laws, you cannot do away, you cannot lay off those staff. But we found that the county, some of those staff, and especially from the former municipality, they could not deliver services. So the county governments had to recruit technical staff, which now you find that the counties are being left with resources only to pay salaries. If you read, and I'm now speaking for Mombasa, we get an equitable share allocation of around 7-point-something billion. Our wage bill is headed to 7 billion. So all the money that we are getting from the national government, we are only able to pay salaries. So the only money that we are left with that we can do anything is our own source revenue. Because the conditional grants, as they are called, they are just that, conditional grants going to specific activities or projects or programs. So I feel that that is something that needs to be done. And then there is the issue of the historical pending bills. I don't know whether you people go through what happens, that you see a whole CEC, even right now, in various counties, they get a warrant of arrest because somebody has taken the counties to court, they have not been paid. But when you deep dive, this person rendered a service to the municipalities then. We have cases going back to the year 2002. We have cases when the municipalities were there. Those people, when you read again from the finance perspective, you find somebody by then delivered a service worth 3 million, but because of the penalties on all that, if he wins the case, you are told to pay the same person 20, 30, or 40 million. So those are some of the issues that are in the counties. For example, again, speaking for Mombasa County, in this period, this era, since we got the new government, we have not been having pending bills, but we have historical pending bills going to amounting to around 4 billion. I gave you the maths of how much we are getting as equitable share. So if we were to say that we'll pay those pending bills, and some of them, remember, they are not verified because they have to be verified, then it would mean that counties will not be able to do anything else. We have the delays, the unfavorable shareable revenue formula, resulting to reduction in equitable share allocation. If I speak about this, and I don't want to go so much because I'm usually very emotional about it, I happened to be doing the budget for the county government since counties came into place, although I came from the national government. In fact, for the Gen Zs, it's my time, I think, to exit the space when it comes to budgeting for the county. When you look at what has been happening in the counties, we have the generational formulas that are done by CRA. And for the city counties, and in particular Mombasa County, these formulas have not been favoring us, and especially the third generation equitable formula, whereby shifting from the second to the third generation equitable formula, we lost 1.2 billion as a county government. And by then, we used to have what we were calling the conditional grants, one of them being for the coast teaching and referral hospital. We know we have that referral hospital. We used to get around 388 million, but it is seized. The county ceased to get that, amongst other equitable, other conditional grants. You have been hearing about the issues of the fuel, the road levy, which at some point the counties were not getting. But that shift, you can imagine, by 18-19 financial year, we were getting around 8.2 billion. And that shift from 18-19 to 19-20, we got 7 billion and 57 million, which, like I've said, a shift, a down from 1.2 billion. Going further, even as we speak today, with the counties getting 415 billion, Mombasa County is the time we are going back to 8.1. But what is more surprising is that now with the fourth generation formula that has been brought into place, the counties, the way the Senate have looked at the formula, counties are going to be sharing the 387 billion, that is the base year for 2024-2025, using still the third generation formula that does not favor a county like Mombasa because of the parameters. Then the remaining is what we are sharing using the fourth generation formula, which, without going into detail so much, was more favorable for the city counties. So what has meant, even with the counties getting an additional 15 billion to share amongst ourselves, we are only getting around 147 million. If we were to do the maths, the 15 billion, if it was going to be shared equitably amongst the 47 counties, then you'd see each county would get around 300 and something. So that tells you we really have an issue of the fiscal space, whereby we don't have resources to undertake various programs. We have the delays in equitable share and conditional grants transfer. This is, then it is known. Even right now, as we speak, I think there are some disbursements that are being done right now. If you disburse resources at the moment, most probably the counties will not be able to use the resources. Because if you had already engaged suppliers, that is a pending bill. So if you wait until you get the resources, and you are getting the resources today we are already in the next financial year, 25-26, most probably counties will not be able to use that money. Limited access to borrowing. Counties are allowed to borrow in paper, but it becomes very hard because you have to get the national government go ahead. You have sometimes, if it's a PPP initiative, the PPP unit has to be engaged, and it has been a tall order. Then we now have the unrealized own source revenue, whereby you put monies into budgets and then you are not able to realize your own source revenue. Nevertheless, the county governments are coming up with various strategies that they will use to break that from the constraints that we are having. For Mombasa County, each year we have been increasing our own source revenue collection between 300 to 400 million every year. And what we realized is, because we also want to have an ease of doing business by ensuring that we are getting investors into the county, we are trying to come up or to map up more revenue streams. And for this financial year that has ended, we got a revenue stream whereby we are doing port waste management services. Because we have, for example, ferries and harbors. If you read the schedule 14 on the devolved functions, it's a function of the county government, but we are not getting anything from the port and the ferry. We realized, because again, that's a political agenda, the way to go around it is to now manage waste at the port. Because, you know, each and every ship that comes to the port, of course, there are issues, and especially during the COVID era, that is when this hit us. What would happen if one of the ship came with toxic, or with people that were invested with COVID or affected, that had COVID? that would have meant the whole city is swiped off. So we got a negotiation with the port, and now currently we are doing port waste management system, whereby we are managing the waste at the port, and we expect for the year 2025-2026, because we started it around September 24-25, we are going to get more than maybe close to $1 billion in terms of just that one revenue stream, because we are talking about the ship that goes to the port and also the trucks that park at the port. So that is what we have been doing, amongst others, coming up also with registration, like the multi-year project financing bill, whereby we want to get people that can finance our various capital projects. So looking at how we have localized the SDGs in Mombasa County, we have the goals, the 17 of them. We have the county integrated development plan. Then we have our various annual county priorities, the annual development plan and the county fiscal strategy paper. And we have the budget projects at the end of the day that are able to implement the various SDGs. I have given a few highlights. Like I said, I cannot be able to outline everything that we are doing in each and every agenda. But when you look at the first SDG, in localizing the SDG, we have what we call the Mombasa Ni Yangu program. In Mombasa, we have a very big youthful population. I think now it's headed to 50% of the population being youthful. The last time I checked, it was around 46, 48 from KNBS, but now we are headed to almost 80 with the youthful population. We know the issues that Mombasa has been having with issues of drug abuse, violent extremism, youths joining various groups because they are idle. So we came up with a program that we call Mombasa Ni Yangu program, which is like to get loans or to be able to advance themselves. Then we have the Mombasa County Ward Development Bill, 2025, and in this bill, we want to ensure that there is equitable development amongst the ward, within the wards, so that also we improve the livelihood of the people of Mombasa. We have the SDG 2 and on ending hunger. People believe that Mombasa is not an agricultural county, but I think when you look at it, in KNBS terms, Mombasa is purely urban, but we have some rural areas, and for us, our land per se, we would talk about the blue economy or the ocean that we have. So we have a large number of the population that are fisher folk, and we have been trying to see how we can improve in what they are doing in terms of the fish farming, not only farming in terms of coming up with the way we know it, people having the fish pods and everything, but even promoting the deep sea fishing. We also have establishment of cold rooms, and especially in Kongoea Market. Kongoea Market is one of the largest markets. You find anything in Kongoea Market. Sometimes even you might go to Central Kenya or any other place where they do farming, and you don't find something, but you go to Kongoea Market and you'll find it. But the problem with that is sometimes because of the temperature, the goods go bad. You go to Kongoea Market today, sometimes you really feel bad. You get a whole truck with cabbages. By the time it comes maybe from Nyandaro or wherever, when it reaches Kongoea, if they are not able to sell those cabbages within a day, they go bad. And the same with tomatoes. So we have come up through various partnerships with cold rooms in Kongoea Market. And this is ensuring two things. The market remains clean, and also the food does not go bad. Because what people used to do, which was very sad, somebody comes up with a whole truck with tomatoes, they are not able to sell, they'll just dump it at the entrance of the market. But right now with the cold room, it is working very well. And we have seen at least you are able even to sell those tomatoes within a week or something like that, than you keeping tomatoes within a day and it's gone. Because for Mombasa, again, with the temperatures, having a fridge is not a luxury, it's a necessity, because even if you cook today and you leave the food on the table, by the time you wake up in the morning, you can't use that food again. So you can now imagine what was happening to the tomatoes and cabbages, and especially cabbages and sukuma wikis, they go bad very fast. Then we have capacity building on value addition, because we have small-scale farmers, and for example, we have the cashew nuts. I don't know whether you have been able to check how much a cashew nut, just 500 grams sells in the market, in the supermarket. So we are trying to tell the people around there, those who are doing cashew nut farming, that we can do a bit of value addition. On SDG number 3, we have what we call Mombasa Care Program. After the Linda Mama went, we realized that our statistics, especially in the health sector, were going down. So we came up with what we are calling the Mombasa Care and the Under 5 program, whereby when the mothers go to the hospitals, our public hospitals, they don't pay up to now the children until the child gets to age 5. But now the county government has to subsidize those health facilities through them, so that the hospitals are able to stay afloat. We have the GBV centers that have been established. Then we had an issue with public health. I've said Mombasa is purely urban. So you find that, I think there's some time you used to see a lot of waterborne diseases. So we started doing the promotion of food hydras to examine and to ensure that the Department of Public Health does their part, so that the food hydras, we ensure that the people who are feeding our population, and especially in the formal settlement, are people that are okay health-wise. We have also the launching of the digital health and telemedicine for women and youth. This we started in some specific health facilities because we realized we had an issue with self-seeking health behavior, and especially for the youth. And this also touches on the VTC centers, amongst others, for the youth. We had the development of the policies, amongst them the adolescents and young people health strategy and the health quality management policy. Other things that are happening in the health sector, of course, we know this, the construction and the rehabilitation of the existing health facilities. Under the SDG number 4, on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, we have the school feeding and nutrition program in all the public ECD centers. And we are trying to go up to around grade 3 in the primary schools. But I think you all know what was happening with the issues of the bursary, because bursaries and even feeding the children in primary school is a function of the national government. But I believe the governors have been able to sign the intergovernment agreement, so that we are going to continue doing the school feeding program. And also the operationalization of the Elimu FAD scheme, whereby we are giving bursaries and scholarships. We have been expanding and strengthening our ECD centers through infrastructure development. We have been giving capitation to primary ECD centers. Those who schooled during my time, because I schooled in a primary ECD, we used to pay. I think around those days, I think 800 shilling or something like that, because the ECD teachers were not being paid by the government, I remember. So now, even right now, we had an issue with the ECD centers whereby some of them, the children, could not go to school. Primary school, it's deemed, it's free. But what happens to the ECD centers? So we give capitation not only to the ECD centers, but also to the TVETs, to the Technical and Vocational Training Institutes. We have been able to develop the child care bill, whereby we are regulating home-based and child care licensing. In Mombasa, being a purely urban center, we have so many mushrooming child care centers. Some of them, if you were to go and see what happens in those child care facilities, all the daycares, you will really feel bad. Because the mothers that work in maybe in the construction, in the industrial areas as manual laborers, some of them have very small kids, even months old. They just go and dump them somewhere. The pamper that the child will be having in the morning is the same one you'll get the child with in the evening, because they are not really daycare. They were some of them are in very hostile environment, the areas that they have been established, others in dilapidated conditions. So we are trying to regulate that as a county government by ensuring that we license those child care facilities. We have also the construction of integrated. Now, after seeing there is a problem with that, we are coming up with an integrated ECD centers, whereby we will have daycare facilities within the ECD centers for the county government. And like I said, all our ECD centers at the moment, they are around 97, and they are all within the primary schools. And we feel that by having the daycare centers, we will have addressed that issue of the children being left in very hostile conditions as their parents try to look for livelihood. Looking at the SDG number 5, we have been establishing and working with various sectors to establish cooperative societies, and this is especially touching on the fisher folk. We have what we call the wavuvi, or those people that do fishing every day. We realized that they were having an issue with only one person. Maybe they only go to the deep sea, come with their fish, but because there were so many middlemen in between that they were now not able to sell the fish. And again, I talked about the issue of the goods going bad. So with us giving them those cooperative societies and having even the fish lading sites, they have been able to pool their resources, and also with establishment of some code rooms, they are now able to fetch more from their efforts. We also have the establishment of a GBV rescue center with partnership with the Chief Justice. This has been done in a place called Maungunja in Mwakirunge ward. This is the farthest ward that we have, and it is very remote. I believe maybe 2 or 3 people in this room have ever heard of such a place or seen it. And it is in Mombasa County. You know, most people who talk about Mombasa, they just know the island. And then as you go towards Mtwapa, you believe you are still in Mombasa. But I would dare any one of you, maybe when you are on the flight, as the flight is landing, there are some places that look very like a bush or a forest. It's in our dumping site is there in Mwakirunge, but it is one of the areas that have been marginalized for a very long time. With a lot is happening currently, but a lot needs to be done in that ward. Then we have the women empowerment strategy, and we have also been doing skills training digitally for our youth and women. On SDG number 6, among other things, we had our, I wish the leader was here when we were talking about the issues of water. For Mombasa being a city, county, you will not believe, we don't have our own source of fresh water. We depend on the neighboring counties. If today Kilifi and Kwale and Taita Taveta decided that Mombasa will not have water anymore, we will not have water. We have been trying the issues of desalination. It is a very expensive affair, but we have various programs that are happening, as you can see there. Amongst them, we also have a conditional grant at the Water and Sanitation Development Grant by the World Bank, but it's basically talking about rehabilitation and laying of the pipeline, of the water line, especially in the informal settlements. And in Mombasa, the highest population, more than half of the population live in informal settlements. Then we have goal number 7 on affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all. Most of our street lights right now are solarized, because also, again, as we are trying to cut on costs as a county government in terms of the bills that we pay to Kenya Power. So we have tried to solarize not only the street lights, but even the markets and our public facilities. And we had a program, and I'm happy to have the colleague from Sweden. We have the CEDA program, whereby we are doing sustainable consumption and waste management, and these are some of the things we are able to borrow, whereby there is a whole regional hospital in Sweden. We went for a training through CEDA, a whole regional hospital, and you know in Sweden sometimes they have the winter, but it is solar powered. That was a challenge for us, and especially in Mombasa, since we believe that we can fully depend on the solar energy. It is, of course, you know, the initial cost is very high, but we are trying to progressively be able to be solar powered. And we also have other programs that we are doing with the GIZ, whereby, again, for all our markets, we want to use solar power. And remember, I gave an example where we have the code room in Kongoya market, and it is, part of it is being solar powered, especially for the code room, to again reduce on cost. To promote sustainable, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, there are various activities and programs and projects that the county government is undertaking. As you can see there, amongst them, we have the county revolving fund, whereby the youth will be able to access the fund. This revolving fund, we had it, we gave some youth some money, but they were not able to pay. You know, they say this is government money. They were not paying. So now we have been forced, because now it became an audit query, we are redoing it to now, I think it's Stawisha FAD, so that we try to see how we can increase in repayment repayment by the youth. But it was a FAD that has been going on. You give the youth groups. Then another challenge that we usually have in Mombasa County, being an urban county, everyone is there. You know, I came from a village somewhere in the rural areas. It is easy to track this person in the rural area because you'll be saying, this is a son or a daughter of so-and-so. But in the cities, one of the challenges we face, today, Jane is living in Kisauni sub-county. I just need to relocate to another sub-county and you won't trace me. So it has become a very major challenge, and especially when you talk about the revolving fund. I'm trying to be a bit faster, so I won't read everything. On building resilient infrastructure, I think you saw it recently. Mombasa County was given, we won an award for certified green public buildings. And this is just recently. Our governor's office, the county assembly building, Kongoya Market and Portrees Hospital theaters are greened. And I started by telling you the greening energy, the carbon sequestration that we are doing. So we won, and we feel we can do better as a county government. We started by challenging ourselves with our public infrastructure and our offices, but we want to replicate this to all our public institutions that are led by the county government. We have also embraced the non-motorized transport, and we even won an award whereby we are going to get some funding to continue doing the cycling lanes to encourage a more walking population, because in Mombasa, most of the people, they walk. I think if you go to Mombasa very early in the morning between 7 or 6:30, you see so many people crossing the bridge on foot. The other side in Kibarani as you go towards the airport. So we are trying to encourage a walking nation and also to reduce on congestion in our cities. Then we have inequality within the countries, but for us within the county, we have various programs that we are doing. Projects, amongst them the school transport system for children with disability. This is a UNICEF-funded program. We also we were able to develop the Mombasa Social Protection Strategy that we are currently implementing, and it has been integrated to ensure that it is multi-sectoral, so when we are addressing the issues of inequality. SDG number 11, we have a program that is currently ongoing. That is the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project. That is KCIC 2. We are also upgrading our slums through a UN Habitat program. We have also established non-motorized transport and public spaces and digital mapping for a bus rapid transit. This is one of the projects that we want to implement through a PPP under the Mombasa Multi-Year Financing Bill. We have the Serikali Mitaani and the issues of incorporating youth in policy formulation. In Mombasa, when you do anything, public participation or any initiative that you want to undertake, you cannot do it without the youth. And we have a very big number or representation of the civil society in Mombasa that are very vibrant. So we have to ensure that as we do any policy or whatever we are undertaking as a county government, we work together with the civil society and our youth. On goal number 12, on sustainable consumption, I gave an example of a project that we are winding up with CIDA through ICLD, that is International Center for Local Democracy, whereby we were doing sustainable consumption and waste management. We are also we have a material recovery facility at the county yard, that is in the CBD. We were able to enact the Sustainable Waste Management Act. Currently, we have an initiative that is running in Likoni and Mvita. That is, Mvita is the island, and Likoni on the other side, on waste segregation at the household level. Because you find that a lot of our waste, the city, you know, we all say, and people say that the city is dirty, but we are the generators of waste. People from the household, people, if you have a shop, so we are trying to also look into issues of waste segregation. And we are trying to see whether at the household level, and I've seen in most countries, and especially the developed world, they do waste segregation at the household level, so that very few or very little waste is going to the dump site. On SDG number 13, on climate action, we have a Mombasa Climate Action Plan. That is a 25-year action plan. We have the Mombasa City Lab, and we have the Mombasa Plastic Prize, which is a USAID-funded initiative, and innovative waste-to-energy projects. Amongst them, we have the briquette factory that is repurposing treated waste into carbonized cooking fuel, and also urban greenery and heat mitigation, whereby there is a pilot program happening, project currently in Kisauni sub-county. On SDG number 14, on conserving the use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources, I gave a very good example where we are promoting the blue economy, our fisher folk, and the mangrove restoration and blue carbon projects, and ecosystem regeneration through restoration of fish breeding grounds, coastal protection, and biodiversity. In this, you find that our fisher folk used to just fish by the shoreline, and with time, they deplete the tonnage of the fish that was being, the fish catch was going down. Now we are promoting deep sea fishing by giving fishing vessels and the gears to the fisher folk. But one of the conditions is that they are supposed to be like in a group, which we call the beach management units, so that they are able to benefit as a group. SDG number 15, as I'm almost winding up, like I said, these SDGs, and if you look at SDG implementation, there's a lot of integration that has to be done. No SDG, most of them, you'll even be repeating yourself, and especially when you realize the various interventions that you have to undertake, one SDG leads to another. For example, now under the protection and restoration and promotion of sustainable use of the terrestrial ecosystem, again, we have the issues of the city lab, the plastic price, and the solarization of the street rights around the whole county. SDG number 16, we have the Maisha Bora recovery program that is currently ongoing, establishment of a specialized SGB court, formalization of peace infrastructure and oversight. These we are working very well with the national government in the peace committees, because I think right now, I can comfortably tell you that Mombasa is safe. We have tried to reduce the criminal gangs. There are some areas where you could not go, but with the Nyumba Kumi and working with the national government, currently we are progressively being able to reduce the criminal gangs, and this is by engaging the youth. By the way, we always say that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. For our young people, they sit along the estates. They will either be into criminal gangs, and some of them are very young. A 12-year-old will start with a knife and very crude weapons. And you know the problem with somebody who is, and I'm not glorifying criminality, but these young people, if you meet up with them and you have your phone, and they tell you, give me your phone, it is very easy for that young man to kill you vis-a-vis a so-called trained criminal who, if they realize you have nothing, they might leave you. Because we used to have issues of criminal and juvenile criminals within the estates. And some of them were either known or not known, because again, I said, Mombasa being an urban county, the young man, if they realize you have known them, the next minute, they'll have gone back to wherever they came from. So it becomes very hard to track them. Finally, we have so many partnerships that are happening in the county government, because we cannot work alone as a county government. We need the national government. We need development partners. And we have all these programs and projects happening because of promoting partnerships within the county government and working with other stakeholders. So the way forward, what can we do to ensure that we do SDG acceleration? Strengthening partnership, we cannot belabor that. Continuous capacity building, and sensitization amongst the counties. Then the major one, integration, mainstreaming, and co-creation around SDGs. If you are in the health sector, there is something that you can do that will touch on education, that will touch on climate change, and together we'll be able to realize the SDGs. Promoting public and private investments, social accountability model is very powerful. Right now, I think we all know we cannot do without social accountability. Then we have realized that citizen participation at all levels is very key. And adoption of an inclusive and participatory development approach so that we bring together all the stakeholders in SDG implementation. This is what I will leave you with as a take home. It's something that I've learned to look into, even as you undertake various interventions. When we talk about equality, when you talk about equity, when you talk about socialism and justice. Which one works for us or which one is the best? Because we need to agree on the way forward. Otherwise, when someone will be talking about equality, you see what happens at the equality? Yeah? You have given everybody the same platform, right? But the baby, I believe that's a baby, or maybe they cannot see anything. These people all wanted to watch football. I will not say which club I support, but you look at it the way it is, yeah? You look at, let us first leave equity. In socialism, for us who are economists, we have the story of socialism, what happens, yeah? Have you seen what has happened to the ones who are tall? Is that what we want to do at the socialism? Socialism, we have a story of the cow. I believe my colleague there, she can give a bit, she can explain. Then now justice. Everybody's been told to go and buy the ticket. Then you'll sit wherever you want. Sawa. But inequity, yeah, but, yeah, sawa sawa. Thank you so much. We can engage further.
Wapi makofi ya Jane. She's done an amazing work. And by the way, I come from Mombasa County. I was born on Monday, and on Friday, you will not have water in the next 1 week. So to mitigate that, I used to be woken up very early in the morning, around 4:30 a.m. or 5, to go and fill the jerry cans. In the local language, we call them virobo. Sema virobo. Virobo are the jerry cans. So my work would be to go to the water point, to fill the jerry cans, so that my elder siblings, because I don't have the energy to carry, they'll come to carry and take them home. And that has been struggle for many other people in the county. So we also give credit where due. They're also doing a lot of good work. And even as we engage the national government, every one of these, sasa nimetoka kwa village, every one of us here comes from a county, yeah? Nimetoka kijijini, wachana na kijiji. Every one of us here comes from a county. As we engage the national government, you know, like almost 80% of the resources are remaining at the national level. In a budget of 4.2 trillion, counties are only getting 405 or 415. You can imagine, in a budget of 4.2 trillion, counties are getting only 405 billion Kenyan shillings to share among themselves. And that 405 billion is what is supposed to do all that which needs to be done around the sustainable development goals. So as we engage with our national government, in the parliament, in the judiciary, we need to push for more resources to be devolved to the county government. So at this moment, before we go to the next session, I would want us to be upstanding. Ruth has got something amazing for us as she comes on stage. Let us be upstanding. Let us be upstanding.
I need to correct something, honestly. Just for the sake of this forum. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Robina Mwenesi. I'm a principal economist at the Ministry of Health. What Josie has said, the 4.2 trillion budget, that is budgeted corruption. Let me be straight from the word go. Our domestic resources are 2.7 billion, And with the new way we are crafting the government, that is going to be a story of the past. And I'm here as a believer of development economist. AI is taking shape. We are going to do, AI is going to procure for us, finance for us, account for us. And the laws are clear. Once you have done that, the money should be, and then we reduce our, how do you call them? Ministries. For me, from my perspective, I did only 3 ministries: health, education, and environment. What is security? What is security? There are the people who are eating our money and shooting our children. I'm very passionate about that. With that, let me close. I don't want to go into political as people wa siasa wako. Mi si siasa. Mi nasema tu the truth, vile iko. Nimesema initoke. Asante.
Hiyo si kama ilikuwa tu energizer in itself. No, I can see those who want to sit down. So, you know, Josephine said, I have something amazing for you. In this economy, if you tell someone something amazing, they might misconstrue it. So we have a quick energizer I'd like us to do. I'd like you to find a partner. As you're up on your feet, find a partner. You are an individual. Okay, tafuta mtu mwingine, mukue wawili. Mukue two people. Okay? All right. So this is a very quick exercise. Part of the Sustainable Development Goals requires us to be innovative, even in challenging situations, right? So take a paper and a pen, place it on your head, and draw your partner. Be innovative. Yeah, on top of your head. Not on your forehead, not on the side, upper June. Be creative, draw your partner. Yes, now draw your partner. Feel free to look at your partner as you are drawing. Not the name, draw your partner. Musijaribu kutwist kizungu yangu. I know we are very fast, we can do this in a minute. You can only check once you are done. So if I see you removing it from your head, I'll assume you are finished. You are finished. Once you are finished, you can take it off and show your partner the drawing you have done. All right, clap for yourselves. Let's have our seats. All right, we can have our seats. We can have our 3 on climate action. I hope he will not penalize us for drawing on the paper. And we are trying to go paperless. Next time we'll draw on our phones. But allow me to, allow me to welcome and help me in inviting Vincent Ogaya from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So we'll give him environment-friendly claps. Kama zile za bunge. Allow me to welcome Vincent Ogaya. Environment-friendly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Bolo. Bolo. We call her Nyardanske. Danish girl, huh? Yes. You know, when we were at DFC and we were going round, so everywhere, everything is Danske, and you go to the ATM, huh? Yeah, so that is how that name came about. So she's a Danish girl at heart. Now, also a millennium by heart, huh? And then Gen Z by what? Oh, Gen Z by association. Okay. By heart. Yeah, I'm not even going to do what I was supposed to do. Because people are speaking very wonderful things. Very, very wonderful. Very wonderful. So I'm not going to bog you down with my report, but I'm going to tell you what we do. So that we find points of synergy. We have a lot, and already there are a lot that we are doing with people here, with most of you actually, right from, with Danida or with the Danish government, who are the reason why we are here. So I think that's a very good thing. Isaac, am I able to put up some presentation, some small? And Mombasa County, that was very wonderful. Very wonderful. Eye-opening. In fact, I wish we had even someone from, yeah. And we are going to talk because we have a program with Mombasa County on environment and solid waste. I have been to Mwakirunge. Yes. Yes, I'm one of the few who have gone there because some of the enterprises we support in Mombasa do their segregation, not dumping. We discourage them from dumping. We encourage them as much as possible to recycle as much as they can. So already we have people who are doing recycling in Mombasa. For example, if you know Jill Industries, they are located that side, and they are doing, they are producing tanks, the water tanks, and they are using plastics to do that, and they are employing people around that area. It is remote, and I know the challenges are many, but in a very small way, each of us can play their role. Yeah, so normally, when a presenter puts up slides, what's the first thing that comes into your minds? Yes, you see slide one of, and then you just switch off. You just say, no. This is now going to bog us down. Well, I have so many slides. Yeah, so, but I'm going to juggle. I'm going to go upside down on what is important for this meeting. So, I work with Kenya Climate Innovation Centre. Kenya Climate Innovation Centre has been around for some time, about 13 years now. That's an adolescent, right? Yeah, so we are a product of the World Bank. And of course, the idea came from the World Bank on establishing a climate innovation center in Kenya. A conversation around how to commercialize innovations that address climate change. So you have a solution, you have an innovation. How do you get it out to the market? Silvio? Because you can't just have an innovation and put it under your bed or have it, There's a way, you need to make money out of it so that you support different aspects, climate action on the one hand, but you also provide economic opportunities. And we are always very grateful to the Danish people because there is the they say, no, I didn't want to use that term. Najua ukisema kudunga hiyo sio nini, hiyo sio, that is not, they say like the one who, when a child is born, there is the person who does what? Who supports in conception? If I use the Swahili version of it, is the one who supports conception. The father. You have two fathers, or or even more than two. But there is one who yule amepeana mimba. Yes, and the one who raises. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that in relation to our story with the Danish people, is that there is one who conceptualized, who gave the pregnancy, and then there is one who does what? Who did the raising up? Yeah, and that is how the Danish people came in now. So after the idea had been conceptualized, then the Danish and the British came in and offered the financial support to be able to move. So our vision is we want to see sustainable enterprises and climate resilient communities. That is what we want to see in this our world. Climate resilient communities. I'm coming to that. And of course, now we just launched our 4th strategy about a month ago, on 5th of June, where we are now talking about, we are now moving out of Kenya to Africa, because over the past 3-4 years, we have been in East Africa, supporting also our brothers and sisters in Uganda and Tanzania. And of course, now opportunities are coming in for us to widen our scope to other African countries. So now, I told you I was just going to jump and show you what is, yes. The climate challenge as we know it, in our country, we easily relate with it, particularly when we have the floods. In fact, last year was, we were coming from the worst floods in decades, right? That is last year. Jacob, am I right? Yes. And before those floods, we were also coming from the worst drought in decades. So a country like ours, we see climate impact everywhere. In fact, yesterday I was going home with someone, and they were asking me, the road to my place is very bad. And then I told him that it's because of the floods. So since last year's floods, the roads have not been repaired in our area. At least there is a bridge that was done, that was swept away, and it has been redone. But the road is still very bad. So that speaks to climate resilience. And that speaks to even the kind of infrastructure that we now are developing, how they should be. They should be able to stand the climate impact. We saw it in, on the way to Narok, Maimahiu, and just before you go the other side, how the road was swept. So right now, it's moving from, we have known it traditionally from the aspect of food, that when there is drought, there is hunger. Or when there is floods, then we need humanitarian assistance. Now the climate issue has gone a notch higher and is even now going to aspects of our infrastructure. And we see Nairobi when it floods. you know. So how sustainable are our infrastructure to be able to withstand? So that's why for us, we talk about climate resilient communities. You are able to withstand the impact, and you are also able to mitigate, particularly emissions. And as a country, we are very ambitious, right? We just revised our NDC targets. Jacob, I'm on you again. You know, where I come from, we say that the fly which lands on you, you know, when you have a boil, huh? You know, those who went to village schools, huh? The boils were common. Nowadays, they're not there. What's happening? Is it the food or it is the... Huh? Is a lifestyle. You know, boils were very common, and there's always a fly who came in and, you know, just at that, you know. Yeah, so Jacob, we revised our NDC targets from to 32. Yes, so we are very ambitious, and we participate, and we are part of the global community in conversations around climate change, and not just about talking, but at least we are doing something as a country. We are doing things that are seen, despite the challenges that we have. So, so that is why for us, it's an opportunity. And that is the idea that the World Bank had when they formed the first climate innovation center in the world. The first climate innovation center anywhere is Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And it speaks to our country's innovative capacity. So, of course, we know, even in our country right now, whenever there is something, climate crisis, floods, or drought, the economy shrinks somehow. They give us that the forecast has been, economists in the house, Madam Director, Sylvia, yeah, at the national level, there's always a revision of economic forecast that things would not look good whenever there is any shock like a drought or like a flood. And of course, there's a report by Andy, the African Network of Development Entrepreneurs, which estimates a 2.6% loss on Kenya's GDP heading to 2030 as a result of climate issues. And so that is why resilience is needed, and how best to do it than from the private sector. Silvio, because everything that we are, when we wake up in the morning to where we are and up to the evening, the people who play a bigger role are the private sector. Silvio, the government is there just to ensure that we are secure and, you know, but the private sector will play a bigger role in terms of provision of the goods and services that we have. And so we have a lot of innovations coming from the private sector, innovative business models, innovative technologies, you know, innovation in supply chains that help to address climate change, and that is the opportunity that we as an institution see. And so when you look at the middle, the green part, we talk about innovation and entrepreneurship, innovation and business, you know. And so, but more so, for a country like ours, the last survey that was done by KNBS, and that is government, right, which indicated that up to 88% of all businesses operate in the MSME sector, the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The big corporates are there playing a role, yes, but the larger bit is still within the MSMEs, where you have the Mama Mboga, the Mutuya, Mutuya? Yes, so we have that, and that is why for us as an institution, that is where our focus is. That is where we play at. The startups, the micro, the small and medium enterprises, because the role that they play also feeds into what the big corporates also do. So I'm just into my second last slide. Now, what we offer to these enterprises, these innovators, what we offer them, and we do this through calls for application that come in, and then we do a selection, a rigorous selection process onto who gets into the program that we do. So we offer them advisory, business advisory services, and with the understanding that not everyone is a business person, see? But then we always do business. Every person in Kenya must be doing some business somewhere. How many were brought up by teachers here? Like me, by a teacher. Yes. So if you lived with a teacher always has some shop somewhere, right? What did they have for you, for your case? No, there is always a side hustle, and you see, in this country of ours, everything, there is always a side something somewhere, right? A side hustle, a side kick, a side what? A side chick. There is always a side somewhere, right? So there is always some side thing somewhere. So the point I wanted to make is, you find that business is not your area, right? Even people who come with innovation, who come up with innovations, even the great inventors, they were not business people. But then how are they being supported to be able to commercialize, to get their innovation to the market and to sell and to create opportunities for them? That is why this advisory component is very important. Turn them into business people, give them the skills to be able to start and run a business, and from the very early stages, and to be able to move to the growth stages and accelerate. Financing, very important, because money, especially for anything climate related, if you go to a traditional financial, like a bank, they look at this as very high risk. Huh? Yeah, very high risk. So most people in the climate space still have challenges. In as much as right now we have at least improvements, that there are certain finances that are being ring-fenced even in the banks for purposes of supporting, but still it is not enough. So financing is also there. Information, very important, technology information, market information, and just any other information that is there within the ecosystem. Access to facilities is also okay. This is a model that you have an innovation, you have to improve it. And sometimes you need facilities to be able to improve it, but sometimes it's very difficult. Most of the times it's very difficult to access. Even the ones that are being driven by government. For example, Kirdi. Kirdi has facilities, right? You are an innovator somewhere in Lamu. Your nearest Kirdi office is in Kilifi or Mombasa. You may not even know how to go about it. So facility is very important, and of course that relates to helping you improve and develop your product. But of course also startups lack even working spaces. You know, you may be working from home, which may not be even so convenient at times. So we then are able to offer you those facilities to be able to work from. And that is why across the country, we have our main incubation hub here in Nairobi at Strathmore University. But also we have others spread across covering regions. And I believe all of us here, we come from different parts of the country, right? So if you go, for example, to Machakos, we have a business incubation hub at the ATC in Machakos. Wangapi wanajua penye iko? Ama kuna watu wa Macha hapa? Watu wa Masaku? Yeah, good. At the ATC, being hosted by the county government and supporting Makueni, Machakos itself, and Kajiado. That is the Lower Eastern and Kajiado. And then Kiambu, which is supporting the lower part of Mount Kenya, Muranga, Nyandarua, Kiambu itself. Yeah, it supports even Nakuru, the other side. And then when you go to Meru, the Mount Kenya East, you know, and Isiolo, the frontier counties, where again the impact of climate change is highly felt. And then on the western side, we have in Uasin Gishu, in Eldoret, covering the North Rift counties, and in Bungoma, covering western and parts of Nyanza, and then in Kisii, covering the South Nyanza part and the South Rift. And then in Kilifi, in Mtwapa, covering the whole of coast region. So that is how the spread of our business incubation hubs, just so that if you have an opportunity, if you know any person with innovation, then you know where to place them. Of course, the last bit on enabling environment, and this is what I do at KCIC, is more on supporting policy, both at the local level, at the county level, at the national level, and even at the international level. Yeah, so Madam Director, right now we are doing a review of the solid waste management policy and act for Mombasa, just to understand how it has worked over the past. It was enacted in 2021. So we are doing a review and an impact assessment so that then we are able to make it better, particularly for enterprises within that space, because we believe they are the solution. Iyo takataka yote iko Mwakirunge, if they can use it, if it can be used in recycling, in doing everything that is possible, then we will not have it there. So that is the solution. So in terms of enabling environment, that is also what we do. The sectors that we cover, renewable energy, a very big thing. And there's another joint initiative coming up with Madam Mili. We are doing an energy conference next week. So Olonde, you are also invited. And any other person who is interested in that space, we are doing a distributed renewable energy ecosystem model that is supporting farmers in dairy and horticulture. And we are having a conference with some of our counterparts from Tanzania and Uganda next week to be able to see how that space works, so that particularly solar energy for productive use in dairy and use in horticulture. And that is giving economic opportunities. Agribusiness sector is a very big sector for us, because everything in Kenya is about agriculture, right? Up to close to a third of our GDP is the single largest sector that contributes, the single largest contributor to our GDP is agriculture. So again, our aim is to transform that into opportunities for agribusiness, so that and again, in this country, everyone is a farmer, right? Everyone is a farmer in this country. Even the person at State House is a farmer. Yes, yes, we always have some farm somewhere, to do the farming. And around this time, as we approach the first harvest of the year, you are always making calls home. How is the maize doing? That calf that that cow that gave birth, how is the calf doing? There is always such kind of calls. So that's why agribusiness is very key. But transforming agriculture to agribusiness is the big deal in the room, so that we move away from the subsistence. Subsistence is still important because it gives us what to eat, but it's also not so sustainable, particularly with climate change. And so we have to be able to integrate the needed technologies, the needed business models, for example, aggregation and all that, that are then able to even impact the smallholder farmers and give them better incomes. And to also help them to transition to climate smart agriculture. Water. The water sector, Josephine mentioned that she loves water advocacy. We need to talk. This is a sector that I have struggled with because of so many reasons. It's also a sector that has a lot of interest, especially when you talk about water and water resources. So, and we also understand that we have challenges in this country around access to water. But we also have potential for water. We have very great potential, untapped. Even for urban places, water is a big challenge. Even for the urban environment, water is a big challenge. And water is a key resource, both for industry, for domestic, and also for productive use. Productive use of water. For example, you talk about even irrigation. You link water to irrigation and to solar pumping and all those kind of opportunities. Those are the kind of innovations that we support. Waste management coming in as a very big thing. And we see a lot of conversations, especially from the Danish government and their support for Kenya. Now, a lot of conversations on solid waste management. You have helped us also to do research in Nairobi County. I know there is research in some sub-counties on waste. We thank you for that. And a lot of interest also on circular economy strategy and all that. And I know you are helping us to transition, not just waste management, but to transition it to a circular economy. And somebody mentioned something here from MEST. Your organization, whenever I am in any meeting with you, I always tell you that we should have a national conversation on how to pronounce your organization. MESPT, but it's MESPT, yeah, so, yeah, in Kisi. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for showing us how to pronounce it in Ekegusi. And by the way, I also needed to mention, we've worked with you so much. We've worked with you. You are our great partner as well. We work in so many things. In policy support to the counties, we've done a lot of things. We've also done quite a lot in terms of enterprise support. So even the Greencom, you are mentioning Greencom, right? I know them. They are based somewhere in Nakuru. Yes, I know them. So you are a very great partner. And we have to appreciate you as well. So transitioning to circular economy is very important for us as a country. And there are many opportunities. I just gave you an example of the one in Mombasa. When you go to that place, they are using the plastic waste to produce the water tanks, the big water tanks. So when I was there, I was able to see the process from end to end, how they do the sorting and everything, and who is employed along that supply chain from the moment the waste comes from either the households or from the dump sites to the point it is sorted, to the point it is washed, and it goes on through all those recycling processes. And they produce the water tanks, and they provide economic opportunities for the women and the men in that area, but also, most importantly, helping sort out the problem of solid waste. Commercial forestry. And by the way, in energy, I also needed to mention that for us, we also have the e-mobility. See, Saizi, you see some buses, you know, some e-buses and e-cars. Huh? Yeah, so we also are able to support that, including e-bikes, because if we move to electric, then we also support our mitigation ambitions and we help reduce emissions. Lastly, another sector is commercial forestry. Very important also, particularly in concerning our forests, so that we move towards growing the commercial species, and we sell, and we are able to conserve our natural forests. So if you see opportunities in any of those sectors, then please let us know. This is just my last slide on the kind of impact that we've had over the years. Particularly on SME supported, that is 3,500. 67% commercialization rate means, we normally say, I normally use this example, that, you know, most businesses die, you know, die off, especially the small businesses, yeah? Even your mama mboga, you meet her today, and then the next day, she's into something else, right? She's not selling mboga anymore, but either she's gone into shoes, or she's gone into mitumba clothes. What does that mean? It means that that mboga business has died off like that. So there's a lot of flows in the SME sector. So when we talk about 67% commercialization rate, means those who are able to now reach that growth stage and reach a stage where now they are stable, they have stabilized, and they are growing. So that is it. Amounts leverage, that is from the ecosystem of financing, you know, being able to get monies to grow their businesses. And of course, revenues, and of course, the number of jobs created. Job creation is a very key impact metric for us. Job creation. Yeah. That as you make profits, you have to make profits, because as a business person, mbesha ni muhimu, sivyo? Yes. You make profits, you create jobs, but also, so for this on CO2 mitigation, this is impact on, particularly this is coming from the energy sector, but we also have some other metrics for the water sector as well. For example, number of people accessing clean water and all that. And even for agriculture sector, we have impact metrics on number of smallholder farmers reached and impacted, and how they are impacted. And then, of course, the policy and research initiatives that we have supported, both at the national and at the county levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is going into lunchtime. It is already. And being that I come from the western part of this country, if there is anything I cannot stand in between people, is what? Obusuma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Vincent.
We have a solution. Yeah. Yes. We have a solution. Even if it's money. Just right. Yeah. Now, yes. So after writing, we are going to drop them here. This is a central point, right? We just drop, you just turn it into a ball. Yes, your neighbor doesn't have to see what you're writing, but all of them will be mixed up somewhere there. I know, where's Tabu? Where's Tabu? Tabu is, he's not managed to have a comeback from, all right, so turn it into a ball and throw it somewhere there. In one paper, yeah. The three things in one paper. And just throw there. Just turn it into something and throw there. They mix up there. No, you turn it into something like a ball. Yeah. You turn it into something like a ball, and then we throw it here. You drop it here, and then they will get mixed up, and then I'll mention the next steps thereafter. Just somewhere there. Yes. Yes. Something. Arnold. Yeah. I know. I know Gen Z problems might be different, but might be different from the millennial problem. All right. Yeah, so all problems brought together. All right. All right, now, so after that, then sit back. Just sit back and take a deep breath. I tell you what to do next. Yeah, we have to solve all the problems. All right. Isaac, your problem is the attendance list. All right. Now we are good? Everyone has put in their problems there? One person remaining. No one should be left behind. You see our... Oh, you didn't include that one here. It is here, yes. Leave no one behind. Good. So, we have all put our problems right here, right? Amma? Is it so? So then, that means we are now all good. All your problems are gone. And now, you have an afternoon to sit back and relax and concentrate on the next session. Thank you.
Around development goals, the impact that has gone into work, the action, and in the afternoon, we are actually going to have an amazing conversation that I don't want to preempt. But remember, this is something that started as 21 champions in 2021, but now we are transitioning into DFC fellows and are taking work around SDGs collaboratively. So I know I want you to draw that which represents where you are seeing us, or where you are seeing the Sustainable Development Goals going. So if you are in the water sector, I don't know what you're going to draw. If you're in the human rights sector, I don't know what you're going to draw, but you have to draw something. And all of you will be drawing at the same time. So if in my group I am with Ruth, Ruth will take one box, the other person will take the box, and the other one, and we are all drawing at the same time. Hakuna kusema Ruth atamaliza, and then I do it. We are all doing simultaneously. Sawa sawa? And we have 5 minutes to do that exercise. I have crayons, I have pencils, if you want, but kindly promise to return them back to me. So please come for your piece of paper for your co-creation.
Okay, stop. Drop your crayons, colors, pens. Drop everything. Drop. Time is up. Time is up. Group 2. Time is up. Lipstick is yours. Don't worry. Time is up. They can just put them in here. We'll explain them later. Hang them on the wall. Write your group and even your name if you want. Write your group number or your group name, and then you can put it on the wall on my.
All right, thank you so much. I once again apologize. I sneaked out to attend to some matters, so I missed the intervening session from the official opening to this afternoon session, but I hope I'll catch up. How many of us know or have heard about PDF, the People Dialogue Festival? How many of us have attended? Attended. Heard about PDF, attended, right? How many of us have heard about the SDGs village? Attended. All right, it's good to preach to the converts. So my work is half done. I was requested to speak to a broad topic from idea to impact, how the SDGs village is our shared platform and a collaborative model. So I'll be reflecting, I'll be thinking through the feedback that we have had so far. I'll also be sharing how the team at CMD and by extension the partners involved would want to reimagine this space. So glad that I'm speaking to converts who know that the SDG village is one of the areas of conversations within the People Dialogue Festival. The People Dialogue Festival is an initiative by the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, and it was meant to cure the political monologue that we have in our political governance discourse. that the only fair organization of our politics is in two forms. One where you have been invited by the political class to listen to them, clap for them, and give no feedback, and go away and do whatever you will do with what you have received. Number two is what we call monopoly democracy. We describe ourselves as a multi-party democracy, but we ideally a monopoly democracy, where there is a collusion of an elite group who organize themselves to grab power and then invite the other elite group that did not achieve that, all right? At the expense of the citizens who are excluded from the processes. So as a Center for Multi-Party Democracy, we said, why can't we help the society by forcing a conversation between the leaders and the led, the policymakers and the policy takers? In any case, the most significant principle of a democracy is dialogue. So that is what birthed PDF way back in 2018. Within PDF, we've had, I think, now 4 times since 2022. We've had an SDGs village, which strictly focuses on conversations around the SDGs. So you could briefly say that the SDGs village is a creative, immersive space that we have created within that People Dialogue Festival to ensure conversations are happening on SDGs. Just like PDF, SDGs Village is co-created with multiple partners to spotlight agenda on Vision 2030. And the reason we do this is to ensure achievement of some of the core pillars that I'll be mentioning. So we have designed the SDGs Village to intentionally foster an interactive dialogue, policy engagement, and citizen participation. And that is what I may look at when you ask me what is an SDGs village. So what are the origins of the SDGs village? You've heard from various conversations. In 2021, there were 2 full teams of football that left Nairobi under the cloud of COVID to Copenhagen for a month. The intention of those 2 football teams was to undertake a course called Strengthening Policy Advocacy to Accelerate Implementation of SDGs, right? And the conversations happened amongst us who were there, and I think I can see a number of colleagues, Joseph from the embassy, my sister here from the Kenya Women Parliamentarians, myself and Isaac came from CMD. We had others from human rights, political parties, private sector, and many others. And we had this conversation in Copenhagen. And with the guidance and support of the embassy, we said we can choose to mainstream conversations around SDGs by having a very dedicated space within the People Dialogue Festival to champion these discussions. We also fancied a lot of things. The jury is out there on the champions collectively and individually, whether we have lived up to the ambitions that we had. But I think we have done some progress in terms of making sure that key partners and contributors, whether CSOs, CBOs, youth groups, government agencies, UN bodies, participating, and the diplomatic corps participating in this conversation. We have various milestones, you know, and highlights from the various editions. But our mantra has been, we would want to have a small success than a big disaster. From the first edition of PDF being dominated by, you know, when you hear this phrase, I went to the alliance. Yeah? You either are, you know, my sister here brought a conversation of Nairobi by birth, and Nairobi by bus. Then there's a conversation of whether you went to alliance or not. Then there's a conversation of whether you went to school in groups or you went to group of schools. All right? So the first edition, interestingly, it only attracted young men from Alliance High School, right, who are keen to have conversations on this. And the audience has then evolved from just being young men who are very ambitious and very clever in uniform, largely shorts, having conversations around these big concepts, to a space that you can now meet quite a diversified audience. So one of the milestones is actually planting that conversation within the political dialogue. And number two, diversifying the audience from simply, you know, why you may ask why Alliance was there. It's because they are easy to hard, all right? They're wired in a specific way. And quietly look around this hall, you will, this wall, this is a hall or a wall, this room, you can pick out those Alliance manners, right? Maureen, you went to school in groups, so you can afford to tune out. So that is what we managed. And why do we think that the SDGs village matters? From CMD's perspective, we agreed to host this and champion this with our work because we are convinced that there is a need to link SDGs to everyday political and governance conversations, right? And therefore, planting an SDGs village where all the who's who in politics, in governance, find time to come and have a conversation was very critical to us. As a team of champions and partners, the need to provide a common platform for cross-sector collaboration was our driving force to try to do that. But more significantly, for all of us, the need to promote issue-based engagement over personality-driven politics was key. Because if you look at our politics, it's devoid of issues. It can have all other conversations. Kuzo, sister, brother, and all those things, right? Someone Nampira. But when it comes to clear-cut policy conversations, our politics are really lacking. So we thought that the best way to drive issue-based political conversation was to try use SDGs as a frame to empower and engage citizens on socio-economic issues, but also force political leaders to align their thinking and their rhetoric with what is really informing global development. So that's why we thought that that conversation matters. We deliberately chose 4 pillars to help develop the SDGs village as a model, you know, within our dialogue. One is inclusivity. We have tried over time to diversify voices. You will find youth, you will find women, you will find PWDs, you will find minority groups, you will find ordinary folks, you will find very high-level policy makers, decision makers in that space, because it is not just in the attendance, in the constituting of the panels, but it's also in how we develop the program for the 4 days of the PDF conversation. That we try to piece together, to bring together all these actors, women, youth, you know, PWDs, minority groups, policy makers, high-level decision makers, private sector, to have a conversation of what would really form a very critical topic, theme to focus on for this conversation. Interactivity. You realize that SDGs is actually a hard science, if not a pure science, all right? When you go into things of logical framework and theories of change, goals, and principles, you start losing people, right? So we said we need to have this as interactive as possible, using art, using storytelling, using innovation booths. And we have not done very well on live policy labs. Joseph, you remember that we had this conversation briefly with Ambassador Schuneman on bringing in some of the Kenyans who've gone abroad and done some very fantastic innovations, but chosen to come back home and do these things here. I think those are areas that we need to go in, because this is an adult learning space. There's not much about talk. Adults learn by experience, by observing, all right, when they see things in practice. And that is why we want to diversify that interactivity. So far, the art is there. We're trying to do a bit of storytelling. We harnessed all those stories that all of you told us in the aftermath of PDF on your LinkedIn pages, and compiling them to see how we can use that narrative. We need to be a little bit more innovative on the exhibitions that we have around the SDGs village, so that then adults can adequately learn from this, because there are no people to lecture. My concentration is, my neighbor here, Scholastica, we have noticed, is something between 5 to 7 minutes. You will have lost me, all right? And it has greatly improved lately. All right? So, but if you have something that captures my attention, something I can play with, something I can try to figure out how it works, then that knowledge sticks. Principle number 3, pillar number 3 is collaboration. I mentioned joint programming, shared resources, co-facilitation. If there is a village where there is real conversations, dialogue before dialogue on what is going to be dialogued about, it is the SDGs village. In the political village, in the political dialogue village, the politicians on my board can bully, say, I want this and that there. But when it comes to the SDGs village, we have to interact with students in the build-up, get their views on what they want to have a conversation about. We have to interact with my brother here from the Youth Champions to clearly understand. We always bother the Alliance alumni on human rights issues, all right? So that we can really have joint programming, share the resources, and largely technical, so that we will not be struggling as CMD to find an authority on human rights when Mwenda on one call can get us the right person. We will not be struggling on PWD, inclusion when the junior Joseph is here, very much in that sector. And by doing that joint programming, it makes it easy, right? People want to engage in the conversation because they've been carried along. And of course, co-facilitation, making sure that we have tried, finding these very fancy TV moderators. And the conversation would just go haywire, right? But pick Arnold here and have him moderate a session, you realize that the issues are coming out. Couple Arnold and Tabu on youth, politics, and development, you realize that it's really, really enriching, because these are experts in their own right. And those are things that we have learned over time. And of course, learning, which is one of the weakest pillars still. How do we do the knowledge exchange? How do we do the feedback loops? The data usage. We collect a lot of data. PDF has grown from about just 200 participants in 2019 to at least 13,500 in the PDF for this year that we just concluded in March at Uhuru Park. So again, our core pillars that have informed the SDGs village model is inclusivity, interactivity, collaboration, and learning. In terms of reflections and lessons learned, I think what has worked well, we have seen participation levels going up. 2022, 2023, Joseph was, Senior Joseph was a whip. And he happened to be the minority whip because there were no numbers. People asking, what is SDGs? I came here to see Raila. Wapi Raila? Wapi Babu Owino? And you are telling them, Zijui. You know, and there is that popular guy from Narok. Sally, he should be your member. What is it now? Sankok. You know, Sankok has a very nice, for those of you who are ambitious and want to find a good thing and significant problems. He has a nice honey, what is it called? You know that thing on top of the tree? Yani ukiingiza muti yako hapo jioni ngazi iteremke. Right? So you'll find participants in PDF looking for such personalities. And it was very difficult, but I have observed that especially this year, an inclusion of the Youth Sounding Board, actors like the embassy and others coming in strongly, you could see people are coming specifically and asking, I am going to the SDGs village. Where is it? All right, so the participation levels are increasing. It's also one of the villages that has a lot of energy lately, at least in the 2025 PDF, because you would find there a mix of an audience of Ruth Bolo and Tabu, right? And you try to find what is common between these two, and you realize possibly it's just the 1 month in Copenhagen. But with the involvement of young people and making sure that we are preparing artists to make pieces in advance, really has brought some level of energy in that space. And of course, partnerships. And those partnerships, interestingly, they are developing, but we're seeing splinters, all right? So there is a splinter called the Public Finance Management Village. They were very good partners in 2024. And then they realized being part of the SDGs village is not sufficient to talk about public finance because we are limiting them on financing SDGs. Then JI decided to go create a whole new village called Public Finance Management. So we have missed a lot of value that JI provided in the SDGs village. But we have provided, they have provided another very significant platform where now we can go into the nitty-gritties of public finance management and also linking still that conversation to SDGs. Joseph was, again, very instrumental with the Youth Sounding Board. And then I can see they have their own small hut somewhere, all right? And then again, you see, but it's all for the good that the partnerships are coming into that space and finding more value to actually plant more detailed conversations on the sidelines. But still, when you go to the Youth Sounding Board, you get the conversation is actually drifting back to SDGs. You go to the Public Finance Management, you still find very strong, clear footprints around how to support the conversation around SDGs. In terms of challenges, I am a schmoozer in fundraising, so I don't like using these things, resource constraints. No one should lie to you. I think I was telling Opio Ogaya that people always saying there is no money. I think what we have are ideas. When you have money, when you have ideas, there's a lot of money. Okay? And even if we take just 2 examples here, you can find out that my brother Mwenda earns exactly what Mbuvi earns. And then you look at their socio-economic well-being, you begin to understand why one is graying and thinning faster than the other one. So how we look for money, how we use money to make more money is totally different. So while we will go around saying, you know, resource constraints, ABCD, money is not part of those resources I'm mentioning, right? We must find better ways to. And one of the things that we're actually doing, and one of the villages that I was talking to, JI, is that it is possible to make the public finance management village, for instance, self-sustaining. And in fact, make money to do your other things and save money for the next PDF. Because how many people are looking for conversations around public finance management? How many are looking for valuable conversations around critical SDG issues? And those are conversations that we need to. So money will follow ideas. Money will follow your strong networks and how you pitch these very valuable ideas. I think the most significant challenge I have faced with this is coordination. And I will not, if the guy or the lady who was to throw the stone refused to throw, who am I to throw one? All right? But I want to firmly, respectfully ask the SDGs champions whether we have lived up to the spirit and the letter of our commitment to creating this space. All right? If we had better coordination from all of us, and I want really to commend people who have stayed. In 2024, Tabu and Ruth Bolo carried the SDGs village on their back. All right? When we need women, my sister here will always have our back covered. All right? Lioness herself and the other players are always there pursuing political parties to be involved. JI, you can see the things they are doing, right? Mwenda and Joseph always giving this guidance. It's very important that we stick together and coordinate much better. Because we have had instances where an SDGs champion is actually a host of an event within which themselves said we want to host. And then that moment, 10 minutes to, they are calling you and saying, imagine, imagine I can't. All right? So it's important that we speak to each other and have a reflection of really, do we have a level of commitment? One of the things that separates particularly us Africans and others is, in my view, two things. One, if you look at when you go around European cities, you will see that they take time to maintain and renovate. All right? Maintain and? Number two is that whenever something is initiated, sustainability is thought through very clearly. It is an exercise in futility to invest 4 years into something, have even very important offsprings like the PFM village and the others, and then you do not have a sustainability measure to it. You do not maintain, you do not renovate what you have initiated. I believe this weighs heavily on the few champions that are taking time to invest into this. If all the 24 actually immersed themselves into this, I think we would sustain this and take it to the counties and all levels. Now, the other challenge is content depth. Now, it's a good thing to have content. But sometimes you go into the SDGs village and you can see a complete disconnection between the moderator and the panelists and the audience. All right? Either the moderator is too knowledgeable that the panelists are trying to catch up, or the audience is too informed than the moderator, and all those things. So we are at very different levels of content depth when it comes to SDGs. And perhaps it's one of those suggestions, Joseph, we have given as well, that it could be nice to have a master class on panelists, on moderators for this particular village, so that they can actually be useful. Because most of those sessions that people, they start quite full to capacity, and suddenly you have, in PDF, we have some creatures called reptiles who are humans, right? And you know it happens in March. So there is real good sunshine, especially when a session is in the morning. Joseph, you are laughing. So you'll have a lot of reptiles in PDF basking out there and discussing the economy. Because either the content depth is either so high or so low that they are tuning out because they're out of depth, or they're finding, this is nonsense. Let me bask and get some vitamin. All right? So we need to align that. That can we find a way to get moderators prepared better and panelists given adequate time to be able to prepare for these conversations. We're still struggling a lot more on feedback from stakeholders and attendees. We are a small team at CMD, a staff of about 10 managing such a big event. Some of these things drop, between the cracks. And when we now starting to author a report and you're wondering now, how do you attribute this, right? This required some, data. And now the attendees have come and have gone. And this is areas where champions like Maureen, who was the first PDF coordinator, can come in and be supportive. Because you went to school to do nothing else, but to do these things. And they only just make you wealthy, so you need to help the society. So how do we grab some valuable, feedback from stakeholders, from attendees in real time, so that then the reports are actually useful when you read them. I have mentioned about the quality of conversations. I think the other lesson is the liberty that we have given partners in terms of showcasing their work, in terms of proposing what to have a conversation about, and making sure that we co-creating. I think what we would like to improve or scale up is participation from CBOs through the embassy support and through Uraia. We were able to bring in several CBOs in the PDF 2025. And some of those partnerships are really, really long-lasting. When we said we're going to Meru for PDF, it is those local actors that have insisted that there must be an SDGs village at that level, because we are here and we came to Nairobi. Now you cannot be coming to Meru and then you decide that there's no such a village. We're going for the devolution conference in Homa Bay in August. IDF is there, right? We're already speaking about how do we have a side event. All the important decision makers, if you look at, and Mwenda said something very significant, that 90% of the SDGs are actually human rights. And if you look at, again, those SDGs clearly, you will see that a good percentage, I may not be as precise as Mwenda, but if you look at a huge percentage of those ones are actually devolved functions. All right? And therefore, the count level becomes very significant. Devolution conference is a significant policy dialogue for the very key actors in devolution. The governors are there, the senators are there, the national government is there, the MCAs are there, all right? Where else can we be able to pitch the SDG conversation other than the devolution conference space? And therefore, such actors coming into space, and when their home counties are hosting, then we put them in the front to make sure that they are leading those conversations and supporting them to do that. We also need to do early outreach. One of the struggles that we've had, and I think it comes from my own leadership style, the only thing I take a long time to do is two things. Food and something else I'll not mention. All right? But I am a sprinter when it comes to work. So one thing that PDF has suffered is that we like adrenaline. So right now we are just gallivanting, being reptiles. And then when we come back from the holidays in January, it hits us that, oh, PDF is in March. All right? And this sprint planning affects a lot of partners, that we need to do early outreach so that people can take time, can make budgets available, can make other resources available, can also think through of how to link what they want to do in that space with their annual plans and their visions as well at the organization level. So those are things that we need to do. We're really trying to see how do we begin early this year, this time, for the 2026, which will be the 8th edition. In between, we have managed to try and begin county editions and also sustaining local dialogues, which you call Gumzo Mtaani, and also sustaining Gumzo Shuleni, involving the students that will be participating early in advance so that they come also well prepared to engage and participate. In terms of reimagining the SDGs village, I think scaling to the counties is a key thing. Nairobi is a good place and people have conversations, but it's important to take dialogue closer to the people. We have devolved ourselves, we have the national and sub-national level, and we have public participation as a key principle in our values, and it's only important and fair and even cost-effective, value for money, to take it closer to the people than trying to centralize it in Nairobi. And that is where those issues will be adequately picked. We cannot ignore digital integration. I think it will help us to enhance the conversation. So enhancing digital integration and accessibility, how broadly can we be able to broadcast this SDGs village to a much bigger audience and using digital platforms to do so. I think the SDGs village as it is itself is still too big. You get in there and trying to cover the 17 goals becomes a little bit some quick fix endeavor. So you possibly begin to introduce thematic zones and stronger policy linkage so that you can actually go into some detail when you're talking about SDG 1, you're talking about SDG 13, you're talking about partnerships, is that 17 or 16? 16. 17. All right, 16 is what? Strong institutions. Yeah, so that is something that we need to look at so that we can speak to Scholastica here and say we want to focus on this specific aspect of no poverty. If there is a really denigrating poverty in this country, is the water poverty. All right? Well, if you come from where I come from, you can have your pembe at the corner, but there is no water. How will you, treasurer, how will you fix this thing? Right? So the most denigrating poverty is actually water poverty. Right? And when you have these conversations, we need to look at how do we go deeper into that. Finally, what's my call to action? I think I want to engage to really call upon all of us who are beneficiaries of DFC's generosity in whatever cohort, whether from the Youth Sounding Board, whether from the Danke, whether from the SDGs champions and the future ones that will be coming. I think let's really give a priority to co-creating the next SDGs Village Edition. See how we work much better together to make that space more valuable. We need to deepen engagement around the SDGs and local realities, and that is why we're now beginning to take the conversations to the county level and possibly see how to strengthen the model as a tool for civic empowerment and dialogue going forward. I wanted to leave it there and thank you most sincerely for being partners, for making sure that that space is really grown and working on the sustainability strategies, and also congratulate my younger siblings for taking a more bold step towards not just strengthening the SDGs village, but also coming up with the public finance management village, and also looking at how do we reconvene as various actors in this space. Thank you so much. I will be happy to hand over the mic and entertain as many questions as you may shoot. Asanteni sana.
A lot of... Thank you, Frank. I struggle with calling him just Frank because he has seen me grow in this space from when I could barely crawl. And so you can see our mentorship is also sustainable. But to go to plenary, I know there's a lot that he has sparked in terms of our thoughts and our questions. I know there are some who had said they had not been to PDF before. There are some who raised up their hands and said we'd been there. And so just to go around the room without any order, what are some of any questions that are there, any thoughts, any recommendations? What is something that he said that sparked your interest or sparked a commitment in you? So maybe to just start with the reflections, even as we come to the commitments. He might have said something that made you feel, that made Daniel say, come to Mombasa, we will cater for everything that needs to be done in PDF Mombasa. So without any order. Arnold, you look like your hand is up. Am I reading it wrong? But
so good afternoon once again. My name is Arnold, and I would like to appreciate the presentation that Frank has made concerning the SDG village, and also some very important points that you have made on how the public finance management village has evolved and come to be. Even the embassy's youth sounding board tent, where most of the conversations actually end up at the SDGs. And as you know very well, every aspect of life is actually covered in the SDGs. There is nothing that you think of right now, or maybe that you're doing, that does not touch the SDGs in a way. So, as you've recommended, I also recommend the same, that we need to move the conversations to the counties and reach out to marginalized groups, especially those who are not able to access urban places or even internet to tune in online, on TV, or in person in urban settings. So that is just to appreciate. And in the lead up to there is the Meru PDF. In any way would be able to support, we'll be glad to chip in and ensure that youth actively engage. And also for the next years, I support, it's good to plan early. It will help people everything to run well when the day comes. Yeah, and also so that many of the important stakeholders are onboarded way earlier and everything is set.
Thank you, Arnold. There's a hand at the back. Maybe also even as we reflect, we might want to ask ourselves what made the SDGs village different from the other villages that we interacted with at PDF? What is it that made it different? Who do you feel is still missing in the conversation?
Thank you so much. First is to commend Frank and the team for the amazing work you do also with the PDF. The reason why I'm saying this is that even a lot of conversation around SDGs, before even myself, I joined the YSB, I was like, hizi stories za mababi, hizi stories zetu za ground, hizi ni story tu za huko UN. but having a space that even us as YSB member can be able to engage. And I remember even, Frank, there's a time I had a conversation with you around how to make it more of young people, not only just the issue of typical NGO people, and seeing that the engagement of even the SDG being involved with high school student, for me, that's a plus. And then also seeing, I know last year was tough, but you made it happen with your team. So pia ningeambia watu wapigie makofi, because at that time, pigeni makofi msiogope. Because at that time we saw a lot of also CSO being targeted, and people really feared having political conversations and having like a right-based conversation around even SDGs. But the fact that you're able with the team to take the risk appetite was there, and seeing politicians coming even within the SDG village space, and people just having a conversation, bila noma, that for me was like, tuna grow politically, na tuna grow in terms of the conversation. However, what I feel also for the SDG village, what needs to be improved, and what I saw also with our ISB member, is trying also to link all these efforts. Like now we have here the Danke alumni, and we have the YSB, and now we have the champions. How do we put the synergies together that even if I'm hosting an event at the YSB, I don't feel like it's only for YSB, Misiendi SDG, or in a political space. So if we can be able to synergize and be like, these are the alumni who have gone through SDG, I think it will be helpful in terms of also what we're talking about, the plan. Because things are evolving, the tracking on our end, we are a bit low. At the same time, there's an appetite for continuing this conversation from a local perspective. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mikali. So if I've understood you right, how does everyone who is a Danida alumni get involved, whether they're in YSB or they're in Danke or they're in, so long as they're an alumni? Okay. Yes, there is another hand here, and then we'll go to the back.
Hi, everyone. I think mine once again is to say thank you to Frank. One of the biggest things that I saw in the SDG is even people that didn't know about SDGs were trying to learn. So one of the points that you put across on having a masterclass on SDGs, I am 100% for it. And I know if the YSB and if the Danke alumni are called upon to kind of help facilitate, people will be willing. So I volunteer myself. I've also had this shortage of manpower. So just in case you need a bit of help here and there, so much willing. Yeah, and thank you so much for the facilitation. I think the first time I interacted with the People Dialogues Festival and the SDG Village was when I was working with Amnesty, and I thought it was so beautiful. I was even asking myself, is this Kenya? Yeah, and then now with the receding editions, I've been able to learn more and to even give output. So thank you so much.
I think she deserves a heavy round of applause for volunteering herself. All those hands are volunteers also, or questions? Okay, no, it's on a light note. Yes, we had some 2 hands here, and then we can come to this table.
Congratulations to CMD for hosting PDF all those years, and every year you can always see the different change and the different things they bring up on board. I wanted to ask, what's the criteria they are using? Like, if you want a county, are you able to propose a county? Now that you've started with Meru, are we able to propose other counties to come on board and get PDF on that county? Oh, I also volunteer. I think tunamaliza na I also volunteer.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine is just a comment, and to specifically hint on the communications bit, because it was one of the most important things that we learned last month when you were in the session. And I think just to put emphasis on it, because I think Mr. Kimani also gave us a lot of problems, because we might be talking about the same thing, but how we highlight it is actually makes the difference. So I think in the coming sessions and also in the one that is coming, it's very important for us to have a lot of sessions on building the capacity, creating the linkage between the panelists, the moderator, and the audience to make it at least more enhancing. And again, I also volunteer. Thank you.
I like that finishing sentence that we are continuing with. So I think we can have this, you then, Frank, can answer the questions that have been floated, then we can take another round.
Yeah, thank you very much, CMD, for that presentation. So mine is just some food for thought, because every time I've gone to the SDGs village, there's a lot of innovations that are there, and I've just been wondering, how do we make use of the media, this mainstream media, instead of all the time hearing the politics and what have you, and letting them overshadow all these beautiful innovations we see there, and also what you've had this morning. How can we use the media effectively to just showcase the village, the innovations, the village during PDF and post, so that we kind of sustain this conversation and show that actually things are happening, innovations are here, so that we also try and drown out a lot of all these politics. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, Frank, I don't know if you can take one more and then you answer, or you'll start with the two questions first. So we can take another two questions. Yes, we have one from Arnold. And there's also, even as we think of that, there's something that Frank raised on the reptiles, as he called them, who are then not engaging in the conversations in the SDG village. So maybe also we can touch a little bit on that, any suggestions that are there, any feedback, any comments on the same.
Yeah, I've just remembered about, because we've been speaking about localizing the SDGs, and now that we are starting to move to the grassroots, it would be important to speak a language that the people in that community understand. And I know it might be a challenge to, there could be some which have been translated to certain local languages, but not all languages. Again, considering we have like 5 years left to, let's say 4 years left to the deadline for the SDGs. If the last one would be just to wind up and report and everything, then it might not be sustainable to translate them to the local languages. So then, why don't we do Swahili? When you go to the counties, then you need to speak to the communities in Swahili, because it's more of a national language that even elderly people and the younger people understand at the same level. And I am recommending this because there's a time I went to Mongolia in Taita Taveta, and it was quite a challenge to speak to elderly people about matters to do with SDGs. And that time I had to learn the SDGs in Swahili and be able to explain to them effectively what they are and how they affect them. And if you need someone to teach people SDGs in Swahili, you can contact me. But I'll not volunteer. You will just need to compensate my time well. Yeah.
So there's another question on that table, and then we can come to Lioness. And maybe speaking from what Arnold has said, he's also asked, just a thought, could it be, also, what would it look like if we did one of the sessions in the SDG villages in Kiswahili, for example? Could it be that that's one of the reasons why the engagement then might seem elitist to some? Am I sharing, eh? Okay. Okay. So, your suggestion has been said.
I think mine was more of a recommendation on the content depth, where you are talking about the reptilians. This is one of the biggest reasons as to why in the tent we were using games to kind of talk to people and teach them. So I realized that with the coming of social media and TikTok, the concentration span is 20 minutes max on something important, or even less. Because the more you start talking, then the more people start doodling, concentration eases away. So if we can find ways to even incorporate props, like the ones we had, I think we left them with the embassy, or even spinning SDG wheels to kind of like have sessions, that would be amazing. Because the more you make people do activities, or you make them do art and you're teaching them, the easier it becomes for people to absorb what you're teaching. Thanks.
Maoni ya mwisho. I think one of the things that my first PDF I attended in Sweden was in 2016, Alma Dolan. And one of the things, and even the one we attended in Denmark, I feel maybe Frank, this and the team, all of us can be able to include, is heavily presence. I know Maureen is here, of private sector. I've not seen, we have made it like an NGO peke yake. I'm an activist. And I think there's a role private sector play, even now when people are talking about business and human rights. And they also control a big constituency of decision maker. My observation also with last year protests and Gen Z protests and even end femicide, there's a constituency we can't avoid of bringing in the space. That's the constituency of sex worker movement. Nerudia. The presence of sex workers movement. I think you also on TikTok a viral video by a sex worker in town who even demystify economic justice, even climate, on how it affects their livelihood and stuff. But at the same time, you understand these SDGs are being implemented by duty bearers, who majority client on in nani? Sex workers. So they're also good for intel. And then the other point I also wanted to bring in, Frank, in terms of inclusivity and the way we are seeing the new generation of sexual fluidity, the queer community usually lacks within that space.
I know Lioness had something to say. Her hand has been up for quite some time. And so we will then come to private sector, because I know we have private sector representatives here who've been very quiet. Yes, and then we can come to your hand also.
Okay, thank you very much. God is good, and all the time. Maureen is not talking. God is good? Okay, thank you very much. Mine is more of a suggestion, or I don't know how it will be taken or where it will be placed. Because we've had 7 PDFs, and they have been all successful. So my question is, now that it is being devolved, and we are going down to the mashinani, where do we put the, because mashinani we have a higher percentage of mama mboga, the boda boda, and the rest. How do we involve them also to participate, for them to learn something? Because I think, I just think they play a very higher percentage when we are devolving the PDF. So I don't know how we are going to tap into also, or to highlight or to enlighten the mama mboga, the boda boda, and these others, now that we are going to the mashinani. I think, Bwana Director, you can give us the direction on the same, because it is important. They play a very big role in terms of even the economy and all these other things. And again, on the issue that Frank said about the quality of the conversation during the at the SDG village. I remember there was one of the events where we had somebody from the government side. We had the panelists and we have the audience. audience had more information, more than the person from the government. So the person from the government could not answer the question, but the audience had more information. So I think on that area, as it is being suggested, I want to believe something needs to be done so that when we are having the panelists and the audience and even the others, we have people who have something to say. So that even if we bring somebody from the government, you know now the government is having a bigger problem at the moment. If you bring anybody from the government right now, it is a big issue. And like now we are going down to the mashinane. I know we'll have people from the county assemblies coming on board and all these other people. So I think we need to do something.
Thank you.
Makofi kwangu.
It's just very recently that I've been able to be involved in the world of the SDGs. And being a student leader for those many years, it goes to say that there's a very big gap when it comes to knowledge of SDGs to student leaders. And these are the politicians that we are expecting to have in future. And the knowledge I've learned and taken from knowledge such as leaving no one behind, applying a human rights-based approach in terms of execution of our systems and creating systems. I think it's important if we try and look into how student leaders, specifically across the country, can be helped to learn more on SDGs. Because I know if we start from very early, right now the age gap here is, these are not campus students. All of you are a bit exposed even in your areas of work. So if we'll start these a bit early, we'll even have more transformative leadership. Thank you.
All right. So I don't know, we can start with the Victor, then we go to Maureen.
So over lunch hour, we were having a chat with Ruth on my transition from the engineering side to sustainability. And I remember the first time I attended SDG-related conversation was at Kembiski back in 2019. And all I could hear was French. But over time, I've been able to, have a good understanding of what it is and what is required of us. Excited to see some of the organizations, including the one I work for, contributing towards achieving these goals. I heard of PDF until today. I've had it in different names, but when I dug deep and listening to conversations here today, I get to appreciate that a lot is being done towards achieving the 2030 goals. I know with the timelines, I think maybe we are getting to a point where we might seem very ambitious, but again, I believe we have potential to accelerate things and get to where we need to be. So from where I sit and based on the experience that I gotten today here in the conversations, I feel a lot might need to be done in terms of awareness creation, people getting to know, people, organizations, society, communities getting to know what it is that is happening, because from what I've heard, a lot is happening. Secondly is as much as we are having these genuine conversations within these boardrooms, is can we drive these conversations to through the relevant channels to the correct parties, government, the NGOs and so on, to ensure that things are being done intentionally and not done for the sake. Then that way we'll find ourselves in the right track. So those are the two things that I can share. Thanks.
Okay, so for me, the biggest challenge with private sector participation is the fact that in the middle of the SDG conversation, we also have political conversations. And PDF sometimes is curated to say political parties will be hosting leaders in the political space to have conversations about what's going on in the country. So the moment you curate it like that, because many private sector players like to be apolitical, they already start to fear that they're going into a political conversation. So over time, what PDF has had to do is to demystify the conversation into not only is the conversation around what's happening in the community, about politics, but also about business, because many of the business decisions can be curated by the politicians. We have seen how the finance bill conversation has gone over time and how many of the businesses have been affected. So we try to link the politics to the business. And in my line of work in private sector, for a few of the PDFs we've been able to bring some private sector players into the panels. So they come in and have discussions. For the SDGs village specifically, we hosted Kenya Association of Manufacturers who sat in to discuss energy saving conversations, because for some of their members, they have been effecting some energy conversations. And I'm hoping that we can progress going forward. But I would say it's possible. It's only that we need to curate the angles that we are speaking to them about how politics and SDG implementation and PDF in general will play into their normal day-to-day businesses. In terms of how to improve the village in general, I feel like we could plug into emerging global conversations, including what we keep saying as the decade of action, what's happening globally in terms of implementation. We need to speak to emerging issues in Kenya that link to SDGs. What are we doing currently? We are praised for being in Africa, green energy producers across the globe. So how can we showcase that even in the village, despite our different channels? And also in terms of the panelists, I feel like we could blow up the panels. We've had panelists who are volunteers in the SDGs village who are the silent players. So I would really like to see the big players in terms of, I would like to see 3 or 4 celebrities who are doing SDG work in that panel, so that we can also just create traction towards it. Because I have moderated a panel there, and I've seen some of the panelists they're the quiet big players, but we could also just blow the conversation by bringing people who are doing it openly in the other space. Thank you so much.
All right.
You can clap.
All right, so I'll hand it over back to Frank for him to then be able to answer questions and yes.
Can I manage your expectations? I do not have answers to most of these important questions. That is why I've invested in dialogue where I work, so that we can have a conversation over such issues and collectively find answers. All right? But in terms of choice of counties, right now what is informing us is we have support from the Danes to do Narok, West Pokot, and Meru, and the main one in Nairobi. And then we have support from our Dutch friends. And we're looking at Lamu, we're looking at Homa Bay, we're looking at Kitui, Kericho, and I think Busia. So those are the counties we are able to cover in the meantime. And we will be piloting in those this year. This year we should comfortably be able to do Meru, which is next week, and then around September there, because in August we DevCon in Homa Bay, and then around September we should be doing West Pokot. And then we'll be focusing our energies on the national PDF set for March next year. And we will continue. Some of these counties are becoming quite difficult, and we'll be reaching out to our partners to request. A county like Bungoma, the governor is willing, committed, and we'll see whether we can negotiate with our partners to shift to some areas. A county like Lamu, you have a very committed governor who is actually very available. I took time with him working on the island and going through some of these things. So again, it's about the real commitment, interest, and keenness of the leaders who matter to have really solid conversations, because people are not coming to talk to each other. We talk to each other as ordinary folks every day, all right? But people are looking for tearing down that staircase. The leaders who have secured themselves in the penthouse, including reservoirs lately, and the ordinary folks who want to just get answers for very important aspects about their life. So that is what is informing the choice of counties for now, but it's again a matter of conversation. So if you have a leader in a county that has expressed serious commitment and interest, we are able and willing to reach out to our partners and see that we are giving priority to that. In terms of legacy media, one of the challenges that we have actually today is legacy media, in my view. That while tech has aided citizen journalism, and we can get both disinformation and factual, at a very high speed, the challenge you have with legacy media is bigger in this country. One is that the ownership of the legacy media is largely political. And that will then inform editorial policy. So the possibility of being taken advantage of can be really high. This year was quite interesting, and we built a partnership with one of the local media houses. But it's also, which was a very good thing, that we got very good coverage. But then when I was summoned somewhere to explain myself, I was told one of your problems was the choice of these people. And giving it a second look, you can see that the editorial policy was quite hard on some instances. Of course, the conversations at PDF are not easy. But you have some catchy headlines that media houses can come up with that for a neutral convener like CMD, you begin suffering from that political baggage, out of political ownership, out of politics influencing that editorial policy. And therefore, we're becoming very cautious in how to do this. We need them, but we also need to be very cautious on how to engage. The other aspect to legacy media is a lot of them are, I was just looking at Nation Media Group's report when someone asked that question. And Nation Media Group had some significant profits running into billions a few years ago. Today, Nation Media Group cannot even get 400 million shillings in profits, one of the largest. They have done all that they can do to resize so that they can break even, and it's challenging because a lot of our legacy media was overtaken by digital technology, and they are trying to catch up, right? So their commercial proposition can be a serious put-off. You have an advantage when you have a partnership like the one we had this year, which comes in for free, but then you have to bear with the political baggage of the editorial policy, which is politicized. Where you need to control your content and now pay for it, you will be given an invoice or running into millions. Royal Media, which is the most watched today, it will give you a minimum of 2 million to go live, for an hour, and take it or leave it, right? So how do we operate in that environment? I think we have digital natives. We have a very tech-savvy generation, and we need to tap into that. How do we deal with the issues around misinformation and disinformation in our events? If you look at the headlines that came from PDF this year, besides a lot of good conversations, so a headline here, Maraga declares for presidency, Kalonzo dismisses Ruto Raila, deal, and then all this nonsense. But of course, you don't have firm control over the editorial policy, then it becomes quite difficult. My sister for Pussy Power, right? We actually have a village now in PDF on SRHR, Sexual Rights and Reproductive Health, because we really are really determined to have these very riveting conversations. And it's folks coming to us and saying, this conversation is timely. We need to have that conversation. Initially, my board, which has some octogenarian politicians, were very hesitant. In maneno gani mnataka kuongea mchana. All right? But interestingly, I found some of them to have sneaked in those areas and listening in. All right? So we must be very practical on this conversation, because we have to help our young people on this. Students, again, a very important thing. Before I happened to stumble into my corner office to lead the organization, I had been on the youth desk for about 8 years, and I interacted a lot with young people. And actually, PDF was sustained by young people, because at the very first instance in 2019, politicians in my boardroom said, "Oh, unataka kutuanika," and they were calling off the PDF in 2019, 2 days to the event. So I had to fall back to youth-serving organizations and some women rights organizations so that they can sustain. Politicians saw it happening day one, then they came day two to take charge. We are here, all right? But one of the lessons I've learned in the youth sector is it is useless to engage a 19-year-old in this country. Their thinking is as old as my grandmother, who is 91. Because their views are formed and shaped. That is why we have deliberately moved a CMD to capture them when their ears are still as virgin as possible. And that is why we have created a high schoolers village in PDF to begin winning over and socializing and inducting the 13, 14-year-old much differently, so that they can have that intellectual curiosity to challenge the narrative that by the time they are 19 and out of high school, they already have formed. And that is why we are lowering that age, to make sure that when you're having conversations, reasoned arguments with them 13, 14, 15, by the time they are leaving high school and going into the community to become taxpayers, they actually have that intellectual curiosity to question some of these narratives that we sold out. It is difficult. If you find a 19-year-old who bought into the hustler narrative and then has been converted into one term, dealing with that human being is as difficult as milking a hyena. First, whether a hyena has even milk. All right? So those are things that we need to do. So that by the time these guys are getting into student leadership, and some of you should visit the high schoolers village. Some of the conversations are very interesting. Because I found a young 14-year-old from Starehe Girls and a 16-year-old captain from Alliance. And they're having a conversation of whether, because now you know IEBC is managing the school elections, whether actually it's fine to bribe voters. And the girl was like, yeah, I mean, if that is what will get me elected, all right? So, but you could see that the debate with the young man from a different school with different values, all right, And there was a guy there from Dandora saying, all of you are right. When you give me, I will take. If you don't give me, you know what will happen. All right? So we need these conversations at that age. So that then you begin doing two things. You have an empowered, engaged young person. And number two, you have value-based, ambitious political young leaders. Because they must have something that they stand for them to remain on a particular trajectory. Maureen, you come a long way. And I want to respectfully disagree on your analogy about the private sector. We know that by night, you private sector fund politicians. By night, you fund politicians. And in fact, you fund both camps. They fund, well, let me finish my narrative. You fund both sides. So it is actually, I have had this conversation very interestingly. I have a very good boss who's tried to put me in the rooms where these industry captains are. And I asked James Mwangi, funding a conversation that is promoting social cohesion, political stability, simply because politicians are attending is a problem, but you want to give Raila money, you want to give William Ruto money for presidential campaigns. So he's doing a disservice. I mean, let's be authentic, all right? Let's be authentic about these things. So all these narratives are nice, but the reality is the private sector must wake up and smell the coffee. The people that suffer most when this country is not functional, when this country is dysfunctional, is the private sector. The people who must wake up and smell the coffee and invest in political stability, social cohesion, issue-based political engagement is the private sector. What is wrong with the private sector supporting the public finance management village? Let it be the ones inviting the minister for the CS for Treasury to discuss tax policy, right? They must not go to the political dialogue village. In any case, the most insignificant village in the 2025 PDF was actually the political dialogue village. It almost got me in the statistics of those ones that are abducted, right? Because a politician was told to, the F word, because they are not making sense. And every time I met participants and tried to encourage them to go to the political conversation, they say, you guy, you go nuts. Go listen to those idiots. But you go to the public finance management village and people want to have a conversation. Go to the SRHR village and people want to have a conversation. Go to the youth village. When I put the former Chief Justice do you want to go to politics or you want to go and engage young people? He said, let me go and talk to young people. When I asked Governor Lusaka, where do you want to have a conversation? Most of these diplomats, they want to go have a conversation with young people, right? So actually, politics today, and I agree to some extent, because Maureen was our first coordinator for the inaugural PDF, possibly the framing and communicating of PDF needs to shift so that the idea of politics takes a backseat. And we've attempted to try doing it. When we went to the schools and would say CMD is hosting, Center for Multi-Party Democracy is hosting People Dialogue Festival, schools said no. Only Alliance came with about 8 of their students. And then Starehe Alliance had come, they also came. But when we removed CMD from the brand and said People Dialogue Festival, we now had 28 schools in PDF this year. All right? So it's a matter of the look and feel of the PDF brand that we must create the right narrative, engage the private sector. But my younger sister, don't buy into the hypocrisy of your bosses about this issue of private sector being apolitical. There's nothing like that from where I sit. I respectfully want to disagree. Because when you look at the example, and our good relative from Denmark is here, I can tell you that the private sector plays a huge role in the people's meeting. And they are present. And they have formally lobbyists that do lobby for the right policies for their business environment. So if we want to just be progressive in how we dress, in how we speak good English, but not in terms of how we want to move this country forward, I think we will get stuck. I am happy to debate any of the philanthropists and big business captains on this issue of whether it is more immoral to support a citizen conversation or it's more immoral to take money to two competing candidates by night. Thank you so much. I think I've answered your questions. Any? Which one? Mama Mboga. I had deliberately left that question for a very good reason. But let me not go into the reasons. I think it's something that we really want to think through as we head to the counties. How do we not again make this a conversation of the county elites and really get in ordinary folks? Why I stepped out between tea break and lunch was actually to meet some of those actors in Meru and see how do we bring on board these ordinary folks that need to participate. The challenge we have with that grouping of citizens is that their argument, and they have given me that argument this afternoon, their representatives of Mama Mboga and Boda Boda is, we will be leaving our work to come and do your work. We will be leaving our work to come and do your work. You know where that conversation is heading. So it becomes again very risky because most of you attended the first PDF know that Bunge la Mwananchi properly worked on me, almost denying my father his son, right? So it's not easy. And the grassroots operators like my sister there will tell you, like going to Kenyans and telling them this one, first is for free, they say thank you. But it's at your cost to come for free. They find you very crazy. And no one is going to give you money to develop your own democracy. We have to facilitate, resource our own democratic development as a country. No one is going to fund our elections in 2027. Are you aware of that? None of these partners have money for elections. We like it or not, your pesa elections, you're going to be taxed so that you can have elections. So even one term, two term, no term, have consequences to your pocket, right? And this is something that we better appreciate much earlier as Kenyans. And so that is the challenge that we have, that their time is at a fee because they are saying you are denying us an opportunity to work for ourselves and start something. But quietly, I think we are up to challenge. PDF 1 in 2019 was rough, but PDF 2 again, we tried now just to provide snacks and tea. By PDF 3 and 4, we removed all that. Sahi hata maji unajinunulia. All right? You come there on your own terms. If you want to have yawn burgers, there are plenty. You join each other, yawn, and you have your burgers and enjoy them. Right? But we must straighten and have conversations at our own bill, at our own cost. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. Having it interactive. Yes. PDF is People Dialogue Festival. One of the things I've observed and I like is Kenyans are good at discussing very formal things informally, right? Like it's easier for Kenyans to strike a conversation over some nice calligraph lyrics, right? Or over some, I like Major. Is it Major or someone? There's this other guy has very nice lyrics. So involving those, art and all those things so that you can break down the tough matter into things that people can consume is key. So the festival aspect is the least funded aspect of PDF, but it is actually the approach that we want to deliberately take so that we can break these very tough conversations into palatable things that a broad range of people can understand. Why we're actually splitting these audiences, having high schoolers, I realize that even high schoolers have their own sheng that is different from the normal young person, all right? And therefore allows people to have various conversations in their comfort. We need to prepare more because some of those skits, like some of the things that caused me trouble was that if you review what caused UDA to frown a lot about PDF this year, was there was a spoken word. But on second review of that spoken word, you feel that these were insults and not spoken word, all right? So if we can work better with those artists and create, and that's why we're going into schools, my boy, that teachers can help us with the learners create pieces that are relevant for the occasion and for the moment. So that then those skits, those art pieces actually enriching and aligning with the topical conversations that we are having. Otherwise, if we just let it free fall, Kenyans are very cheeky. And they can come and do things there that do not contribute to the conversation. So we're really, really trying to invest in that, but it's something that we take time to build it. We've tried working with UDPK to make it also very inclusive, and calling even in UDPK to make sure that the venue is actually disability friendly, making sure that every conversation has a sign language interpreter. One of the recommendations for this year is that you have sign language interpreters in the villages where the conversations are happening. But what happens at the gate when a mute person arrives? They can't ask, they can't see anyone. So we're also looking into how do we get even sign language and disability ushers. They are clearly labeled so that if that person with disability walks in, can see that is a disability usher, and they can be assisted. So that we can really make this a space that Kenyans want to go and have conversations. We're gonna not fix this country if it is about us versus them. We can only break that staircase and make sure that the us and them, like where I come from, that huge amount of ugali, towards the finishing, that's when you say, oh, my brother, you are on that other side, right? And the clever ones don't start with their vegetables. They start with that mound. Break it down. So as you start focusing on vegetables, you start appreciating, oh, Mwenda, you are behind there. We must break this imaginary wall that we have between us and versus them so that we can have a conversation as a country to move forward on the challenges that we have. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's already 4 p.m. and we had already planned to have those who wanted to do their recordings today. So for tomorrow, the morning part, we'll only be having a few presentations. Let me call them presentation. One from a representative of the United Nations, the UNDP, and then the other one is another representative from the National Treasury. We are doing our best to expand the network, to expand the stakeholders whom we're engaging the SDGs village. So your attendance tomorrow in your contributions will be very important. Other than those two morning sessions, much part of tomorrow's work will be the group work, because we'll be co-creating solutions. After today's presentation by Franklin, what are the challenges and how can we do to make the SDGs village bigger? So much of the work from mid-morning towards the end of the day, it will be group work, so that at the end of the day, we can come up with something more concrete and tangible that we can be able to implement in the next 3 years. So thank you very much, and we'll close the session for today. For those whom I had approached to do the videos, I'll still be grateful if we're able to record today. Asanteni sana, and see you tomorrow, 8:45, so that we can begin exactly at 9 a.m. Asanteni.